And then the long leg third man cover, mid-off. Mid-on, and Gus Atkinson is away just in front of square on the leg side. Tom Haynes settles himself down, ready for his first ball of the day. As round the wicket goes Jordan Clark to Haynes. He's on the length and Haynes is forward and pushes this one back up the pitch. Another 100 for him last week against Somerset. 141 for Mr. Haynes.
Yeah, and he seems to have been around for a long time, Tom, but of course all his cricket's been played in the second division. So it was really good to see him get a 100 in the first division.
Yeah, well, John Simpson, as you say, been a terrific move here to Sussex for him. He's certainly in form at the moment, John Simpson. Jordan Clark, round the wicket he comes, and that's down the leg side, and Haynes gets nothing on this. It's taken by Folkes, moving away to his left. 181 in the first game against Warwickshire, and then 110 not out in the second game against Somerset.
Yeah.
So, yes, the captain, I think the phrase is leading by example, Mr. Harms, isn't he?
And it's when they needed quick runs as well last week. They wanted to set up a declaration, and that's just what John Simpson did, and gave themselves plenty of time to bowl Somerset out.
Clark down that slope into Haynes, and Haynes lets this one go outside his off stump, and taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left-hand side. Yeah, lovely here at Hove. It's always lovely to come here. And lots of people down there at the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, the old deck chairs around.
Benches and deck chairs.
They look a bit chilly, Churchy, don't they? I think you do need to get yourself wrapped up if you're coming down there. You're certainly wearing a coat weather, I think.
Sea breeze.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully it's dry. We've been blessed with the weather so far this summer. As Clark is in, there's a bit of shape there for Jordan Clark. Haynes plays it late, out into the offside, and it's picked up by Rory Burns, moving round to his right-hand side. I feel for the ground staff. With the weather that we've had and so much sun, it's been terrific. It's been absolutely terrific. But the problem for them is they haven't been able to get anything into the pitches, and they've been dry. So actually that takes a lot of the pace out and slows them up. So it's been a tough one for the ground staff, as in comes Clark, and Haynes is forward, and again there's a little bit of shape. He'll get a single as he plays it down the ground, and Fisher comes round to do the fielding. So Haynes off the mark. Sussex winning the toss, batting first this morning in the second over. 3 without loss, and that will bring Daniel Hughes onto strike for the first time here to Jordan Clark. So yeah, it's tough for the ground staff. Whoever thought you'd be saying could do with a little bit of rain?
Oh, totally.
But I think they could, just to get something into the pitches, just to quicken them up a bit. Hughes stands with that bat raised as Clark is in, and Hughes is driving firmly out into the offside, picked up by Rory Burns. End of the second over this morning, and Sussex are 3 without loss. Hughes has 2, and Haynes is on 1.
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I can see some people have sent some emails in. I can't open them. What's the matter with my laptop? Bob Pook's been in touch. Julian's been in touch, who sits up on the top deck of the Spencarma Pavilion. He says, how much did we pay the umpires or the ground staff to have the wicket cut here this week?
Well,
we've got a great view, Julian.
Short boundary, isn't it?
It is a short boundary. Yeah, and you can see where the Somerset game was. That was on the other side of the square, so it was a relatively short boundary out to the Spencarma Pavilion last week. Dan Worrell's going to carry on, as you would expect, from the C end of the ground. If you're just joining us, and I know lots of people will be this morning, a very good morning. Welcome to Hove. Adrian Harms and Mark Church here on commentary. Isabel Duncan joining us at 11:30. Sussex winning the toss and deciding to bat first. And Dan Worrell is going to run away from us, coming around the wicket with 2 slips and a leg slip. The short leg has been dispensed with as in comes Worrell. Bowls, and Haynes edges that down to third man. Picks up a single, does Tom Haynes. He goes to 2. Sussex to 4 without loss. Again, just a little bit of shape coming back in, because from the angle he's bowling from Worrell, but that definitely went in the air a touch. Actually, when he's coming round the wicket here, Dan Worrell, you've got a slightly better angle than me, Churchy, because I'm sort of looking at the back of the umpire and the back of Dan Worrell as well. Wants a change in the field, actually, does Dan Worrell. He's having a natter to Rory Burns. I think they're going to bring in another slip. Or
no, I think they're going to get man down towards the boundary rope at third man.
But the leg slip has now gone to short legs, so they've got a different field for both Hughes and Haynes. Dan Worrell he wants a little squarer, so he's almost a deep backward point, really. Oh, be quiet, laptop.
But it means it's working.
Well, yeah, that's a result, really.
Yes, mine doesn't make any noises.
Right.
In fact, my laptop, I can't actually unplug it to use it as a laptop now. It's so old. It has to be plugged in.
Right. In comes Worrell bowls, and Hughes drives down the ground, and this could be the first boundary of their match. He's coming away towards the boundary. Clark is in hot pursuit, but as we know here at Hove, once the ball gets past the infield and rolls down the hill, the outfield is very quick with it being so dry, as Churchy was saying, and Jordan Clark had no chance really of cutting that off. First boundary of the day goes to Daniel Hughes. He's on 6 and the total to 8 without loss.
He's played that beautifully, hasn't he? He's just let it come into him, hasn't committed early, and then has just put the full face of the bat on it, and it's raced off down to the boundary rope below us. Very nice shot.
Worrell again around the wicket, bowls to Daniel Hughes, who lets that one go, and Ben Folkes takes it tidily down the leg side, and there is no run. There's sort of little patches of blue sky, but not many. It's pretty cloudy here at Hove this morning. The forecast I saw was it was meant to be dry all day. Then when I came in, one of the stewards said, "Oh, we're all right till lunchtime."
Well, one of the stewards, it's going to rain. Yes, I've had a steward tell me 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Lunchtime now.
So how true that is, I don't know. But we're dry at the minute, which is the main thing. And Worrell is in bowls, and Hughes is forward, a ball of good length, and plays it without timing into the offside, and looks at his bottom of his bat as Daniel Hughes.
I've got one of the great men sat to my right-hand side who's just posed an excellent question.
Oh, go on.
Well, how many of the Surrey bowlers have bowled here at Hove? Which is a really good question.
Yeah.
I suppose they would have done in pre-season games.
Yes, because they did have a pre-season here, didn't they?
And I suppose Fisher might have done with
For
Yorkshire. But it's a good question, isn't it?
Worrell in bowls. Hughes plays with a lovely shot through the offside, through extra cover. Burns is in hot pursuit, and he can't drag that one back, and it's another boundary to Daniel Hughes. Lovely shot. You've probably heard from the sound of the bat on ball. It was a lovely shot, and it whistled away for 4 runs. Hughes goes to double figures. He's on 10, and Sussex 12 without loss. And the great man you're referring to is Mr. Bruce Talbot.
Yes, indeed. That's a very good question. But actually,
well, probably Worrell. I don't know whether Worrell. I don't know who played in the.
Gloucestershire, he would have been.
Yes, he might. Yes, he probably did a little bit. Yeah. In again, bowls, and Hughes again gets another boundary, drills it down the ground. Rory Burns can't cut that one off. It's drilled through mid-off for 4 runs. So Daniel Hughes off to a good start. He goes to 14, and Sussex in this third over. The end of the third over are 16 without loss.
Well, Daniel Hughes' driving is fine, isn't it? That part is all working very, very nicely, because again, that was a lovely shot down the ground for 4, and a very nicely played shot through extra cover for 4. So Hughes is on to 14. Haynes has 2, 16 without loss. So Surrey did have a pre-season game here this season.
Yes, they did. Yes,
a 2-day game where I think the sea fret.
It did. It got fogged off.
Yes,
it did.
It got fogged off. I know that feeling. As here is Clark. This is down the leg side, and absolutely nothing on this from Haynes, looking to help it down towards long leg. He's just got to be a little careful there, with Dan Lawrence lurking in there at leg slip. So Lawrence is at leg slip having a chat with Ben Folkes at the moment. But Hughes has played 3 sumptuous shots so far, and in true Australian fashion as a batter, he's not committing everything early. He's not going to get a huge stride in, but that bat, full face of it. Clark is in. Haynes will just turn this one off his hip down towards Dan Worrell there at long leg, and they'll take the single, and that will bring Hughes back onto strike. Nice to see the flats again, away there in the distance, and behind us, of course.
Yeah. Need a coat of paint, those. We were saying that last week, don't they, Churchy? The ones at the far end with the scaffolding.
Well, maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe. Yes, they do, don't they? So, yes, there's some scaffolding there as well. As Hughes lets this one go. That's nicely bowled. It's a no ball, but it's nicely bowled by Jordan Clark.
That went a long way, didn't it?
That'll be a couple more to the total.
Yes, because since you were last, I mean, there's been so many changes here. I mean, you've been here for T20s, Churchy, I know, but obviously the new apartments have been built.
Very nice.
The pub is
it's very upmarket.
Yeah. Very busy. It gets in there as well.
Sure, it does. I'm going to say it early. I just wish they'd bring back the big eggs. When I was little, they had those big eggs all round the ground, and if you hit it during, I always say this, you won a year's supply of eggs. That was excellent, yeah, especially at Easter. As Hughes has had a little nibble at this one. That is nicely bowled by Jordan Clark. I think he tried to pretend afterwards that he hadn't had a nibble at that, Hughes, but I think he did, and it's taken by Ben Folkes away to his left-hand side. I saw Garth LaRue do it.
Did you?
Hit the eggs and get a year's supply of eggs. Yes. Yes. So they had big eggs all around the ground in egg cups. As Clark turns once more. Into Hughes he comes. Again, just late shape on that. Turns Hughes around a touch. Plays it nicely into the offside. Round comes Sykes to do the fielding. And they will pick up another single. Hughes moves on to 15. Sussex move on to 20 without loss. So a nice quiet start this for Sussex. And lots of spectators away to our left. And actually they're in a bit of sun at the moment, so that's quite nice. There's a little bit of watery sunshine now.
Yes.
As Haynes back on to strike shot. Just waits on that back foot and then punches it away through backward point for 4. Now that shot says to me this is a good pitch. That if you're doing that early, that says this is a good pitch, because Haynes' feet really haven't gone anywhere, but he's trusted the bounce and he's just put his bat through it and it's sped off to the boundary. So this looks a good pitch.
And that's a typical Tom Haynes shot. That's one of his favourite shots through backward point.
Clark in, Haynes forward. Better length from Jordan Clark and pushed away by Haynes. End of the over. 24 without loss then Sussex. Hughes 15, Haynes has 7.
We've had a few emails in on sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. The first one is from Bob Pook down in Hastings. Good morning to you, Bob. He says, looking forward to what could well be a tough game against a very strong Surrey side. The top 5 in the Surrey batting lineup, Sibley, Burns, Pope, Lawrence and Folkes, have 148 test appearances between them, in contrast to 0 in the Sussex top 5. However, the Sussex players have performed very well this season, so let's hope they can compete against against the best in the game, says Bob. Thank you, Bob, for getting in touch from Hastings. Jane has been in touch. Just break off for a minute as in comes Worrell around the wicket. Bowls and clipped away by Hughes. He's going to get a couple of runs down to fine leg, but I'm not entirely sure that's where he intended it to go, and Hughes goes to 17, the total to 26 without loss.
He doesn't want to be missing that.
No.
I think that's why there were some hands on heads in the slips. Well, if Gus, Bruce and I were saying that if Gus Atkinson comes in at 9 for Surrey, as he is on the card, they've got a Test Centurion at 9 now, haven't they?
Yes.
So, yes.
Worrell wheels around as the sun comes out really for the first time this morning. Around the wicket, bowls to Hughes. Has he got a nick on that? He thinks he's got him caught behind, but umpire Debenham at this end is unmoved. The ball goes through to Ben Folkes and there is no run. He played all around that, did Daniel Hughes.
I thought that had bowled him. And again, it's just, yes, he's coming round the wicket, but it has just shaped in a touch to Hughes, and he's looked for one of those drives. I thought that had bowled him. Really did think that had bowled him. But there doesn't look to be any sort of that was out after that appeal from Surrey.
Worrell again in bowls. Hughes drives, beautiful shot over pitch, and he's absolutely thumped that through extra cover. That's a lovely shot from Daniel Hughes. He goes to 21, his 4th boundary of the morning, and Sussex to 30 without loss.
You can see Worrell's thinking, and that was a half volley. Which Hughes, he's a big chap, isn't he? He's a tall fella, and enough give it a thump.
Yep, he does. Dan Worrell's going to change the angle of attack. He's decided he's going to come over the wicket. That makes it a little easier for me to see now. Churchy.
Well, I think they're going to get rid of the short leg.
Yeah,
as
I think they are, and they're going to bring in extra reinforcements into the covers. So there's now going to be a cover point, cover, and a mid-off, and just the 2 slips in place.
Yeah, Ollie Sykes goes from short leg to short extra cover. That is still a catching position.
Worrell, as I say, changing the angle of attack over the wicket, comes in and bowls to Hughes, is up on his toes and punches that through the offside. That's going to be 4 more. That's beautifully timed by Daniel Hughes. Cracked the ball away through point for 4 more. He goes to 25 and Sussex to 34 without loss.
That's good cricket, isn't it, from Hughes? Just dragged his length back, has Worrell, and Hughes has just stood up on his toes and punched that to that short offside boundary. I think even if the boundary was longer, these shots are all going for 4, because he's timing it beautifully at the moment.
Well, he batted beautifully last week. He made 91 in the second innings, 49 in the first. Really annoyed with the way he got out in the second innings, just 9 short of 100. In comes Worrell in and bowls, and he's at it again, but he didn't go where he intended it to go. He's going to get a couple of runs through mid-wicket. He was looking to play that through the offside, got rather squared up, and the ball goes through mid-wicket. But Hughes picks up a couple more. He goes to 27.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's practicing that shot again, because he got a bit wristy on that shot. But when he's just using that full face of the bat and punching, that one he got a bit wristy on it. A little inside edge into the leg side, but he's off to a quick start here. 27 off 20 balls.
Dan Worrell coming in from the C end of the ground means he's running up the slope here at Hove. In and bowls to Hughes, who's this time solidly forward. Defensively plays into the offside. Fielded by Sykes. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Sussex off to a good start here, having won the toss and decided to bat first. Are 36 without loss. Just the one change for Sussex. Sean Hunt missing out through injury. Ollie Robinson comes back into the side, and you'll have to remind me, Church, of the Surrey changes.
Yeah, Jamie Smith not involved in this one, so Ollie Sykes into the side, and Gus Atkinson comes in for Kemar Roach. So those are the 2 changes for Surrey. Worrell wandering down to his position to our right hand side. He's left his jumper and bits and pieces down by the boundary rope, and it'll be Jordan Clark from the Cromwell Road end doing battle again with Haynes on 7, and he's a bouncer from Jordan Clark. So first one we've really seen stuck in, and Haynes just ducks underneath it, bends the knees, and it's taken by Ben Folkes to his right. Matt Fisher looks like he's getting through a bit of a warm-up, stood up there at a wide-ish mid-on. Yes, nice atmosphere already inside the ground. Jordan Clark. It's quite intimidating for us seeing Jordan Clark come down the slope. That's again just a little bit of shape late at Haynes, who plays it very, very well. Jordan Clark is just moving Dan Lawrence a couple of paces to his right hand side. Extraordinary last week that first 2 days back in South London at the Keir Oval in the game against Hampshire, over 10,000 supporters.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. I think it was 6,700 on the first day. As in, once again, is Clark. That's down the leg side. Haynes gets nothing on this whatsoever. So, of course, it holds 27 something. 6,953 according to Bruce Talbot. And do you know what Bruce did? He counted every single one of those. He wandered around with his notebook. But that's a pretty good crowd.
Very good.
For the opening day, isn't it? But again, here, really good crowd in here at Hove today. I think it'll pick up as it goes on. Bank holiday Friday. Good Friday, isn't it?
Yes,
This is turned into the leg side by Haynes. He'll pick up a single, one more to him.
We should have had hot cross buns, really, this morning, Church. We've got some biscuits.
But the old hot cross buns on Good Friday.
Yeah.
Marvellous. Well, it's the long weekend, isn't it?
It is.
Long bank holiday weekend. So let's keep our fingers crossed that the weather is okay. It's always rather nice, isn't it, at Easter when the weather's nice. But yeah, Good Friday. So happy Good Friday to everybody listening in. And Hughes changing field again for him. Into backward point goes Lawrence. Clark's into him. Hughes is having a drive at a wider one. Now that's it looks a horrible shot from Hughes, but actually it's a piece of bowling from Jordan Clark that makes sense. He's just put it out there a bit wider. And as I was saying, Hughes, when he's keeping that ball close to him, looks great. That one, it's just gone away from a bit wider, and those wrists and hands have come into it again, and that wasn't too far away from that outside edge. As Clark in once again, and Hughes lets this one go, and that's the first one that really does bounce and carry into the gloves of Ben Folkes. End of the over, and we're going to see Gus Atkinson, who's going to come up the slope. We're going to see Gus Atkinson from this C end. So Worrell comes out the attack, Atkinson comes into the attack, but I saw him practicing coming down the slope, but he's going to come up the slope to start off with his Gus Atkinson.
If you just joined us, a very good morning. Welcome to Live Cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey. Adrian Harms and Mark Church on commentary duties. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk is our email address if you'd like to get in touch with us. Elsewhere around the country, play is underway in all games in the First Division. Yorkshire batting first against Durham at the Riverside are 15 without loss. Essex 21 for 2 at Chelmsford against Worcestershire. As in comes Atkinson running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Haynes works this to backward point, and there is no run. Somerset are 14 for 1. It's not called the Aegeus Bowl anymore, is it? Is it the Utilita? Yes. Yeah, I get confused. Yeah. Which doesn't take much, Churchy. 14 for 1 are Somerset. And Warwickshire 21 for 2 at Edgbaston against Nottinghamshire.
Just going to say hello to Fred, who got in touch, listening in Rhodes.
Oh, lovely.
Yes.
And comes Atkinson, bowls, and Haynes defends with a high right elbow, punches it into the offside, and there is no run.
I'm going to vacate at the end of this over, correct? And
yes.
Isabel's coming in?
Yes.
Because you've got updates.
I do have an update to do at 11:30.
Look, you've done your road. Sorry, I didn't see that. I do apologise.
Oh, we have a little...
Marvellous. You've even got sticky tape. Well done. Yes, that's very nice.
But it will change. I didn't realise there's a sports programme this afternoon. So anyway, that's
Good Friday.
Yeah, that's rather made a mess of my rotor. In comes Atkinson, bowls, and Haynes defends into the offside, picks up a single to backward point. The backward point fielder being, who's that there, Churchy?
I think that's Dan Lawrence again.
Is it? Okay. Well, he was thinking about shying at the stumps, but decided not to. And Haynes nipped through for a single. He goes to 9. Sussex to 38 without loss. You could tell by the flags on the clock tower scoreboard, which are billowing away, that it is quite breezy here at Hove today. So if you are listening and thinking, oh, I might come down and watch a few overs, just put a coat on, might not be a bad idea, as in comes Atkinson, bowls, and Hughes plays into the offside without timing, and there is no run. Probably got a busy summer ahead. I'm sure Gus Atkinson will be heavily involved against certainly India, and the Ashes coming up not long, you know. You think the Ashes gets underway in November, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's
6 months away.
It's a big old summer for England, this.
It is.
And it's a big old summer for Messrs McCullum and Stokes as well, I think.
No, I agree. Atkinson with 2 slips around the wicket. In and bowls to Hughes, who's looking to cut that one away through backward point, but it whistles past the outside edge into the gloves of Ben Folkes. There is no run.
Naughty shot. Naughty shot.
Would have been annoyed if it got out to that. So the field, 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off. There's now a sweeper on the cover boundary, literally in front of the scoreboard. There's a mid-on, and then 2 men set back on the leg side. There's a deep backward square leg and a fine leg. There's Atkinson, number 37 on the back of his shirt, runs away from us. In and bowls, and Hughes now does play that shot a second time and plays the ball down to third man and picks up another boundary. He go, yep, all ready and ready to go. Just a message to the studio. 42 without loss are Sussex. Daniel Hughes, 6 boundaries in his 31. I'm going to hand over the microphone. Churchy will be back with us after 12. We'll bring... So, Sussex off to a good start. After, how many overs have we had? 7 overs. And Daniel Hughes on 31. So, cricket update to come in a couple of moments' time to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey. And it's going to be Jordan Clark who's going to carry on down the hill. Bowls, and Haynes. I think he played a missed at that. We'll get Isabel's take on that in a moment's time. Ball into the gloves of Ben Folkes, and there is no run. 2 slips and a leg slip in place. It's a wide-ish third man. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. There's Clark wheels around at the far end of the ground. In the bowls to Haynes, who drives thick outside edge down to third man and picks up a single. He was looking to drive that away through extra cover, was Tom Haynes, but instead he picks up a single. He goes into double figures. He's on 10, and Sussex 2, 43 without loss. And Jordan Clark in his 4th over, figures of no wicket for 11. Dan Worrell was expensive. He got rather... Daniel Hughes rather a liking to his fellow Australian. Clark down the hill. Bowls. Yes, Mark, and a really good start for Sussex here at Hove this morning. They won the toss and decided to bat. They're off to a bit of a flyer. They're 43 without loss, 31 to Daniel Hughes, who's hit 6 boundaries already. Tom Haynes is on 10. In terms of the team news, Ollie Robinson back into the Sussex side at the expense of Sean Hutt. Gus Atkinson and Joe Sykes in the side for Surrey. But Sussex off to a good start here. They're 43 without loss. In comes Clark bowls, and Hughes drives firmly into the covers, and there is no run. And it gives me great pleasure to say hello to Isabel Duncan.
Lovely to be here, and back with you, Adrian Harms, the perfect gentleman on the cricket commentary circuit.
You're very kind.
Yeah. For my first gig of the season, I'm very lucky to be sitting next to you, and to have no rain as well.
Great,
and a
isn't
glimmer of sunshine out there, and a pretty good crowd, really.
Yeah.
More than a smattering, I would say.
I think you were here for a game last season, as in comes Clark bowls and Hughes defends into the offside. They think about a single, but it's never there, and in the end they decide against it, and Daniel Hughes recognises that wasn't perhaps the greatest call. He was sent back by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Yes, I'm sure you were here for a game last season, but I can't remember which one it was.
I think it was the beginning of the season.
Yes, I think it was.
I'm terrible. I can never remember any matches at all. I just concentrate on the present. I don't have that sort of mind. But they're getting off at quite a canter here, aren't they, Sussex?
Well,
having won the toss, going at almost 6 and over now.
Jordan Clark in bowls. Hughes drives and picks up a single down to the sweeper on the deep backward point boundary. And there is one more to the total. Hughes goes to 32 and Sussex to 44 without loss. Jordan Clark, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 12. Sussex are 44 without loss, with Hughes on 32 and Haynes on 10.
Well, Adrian, I've got a question about the ball. I'm always asking about, is it a Kookaburra or is it a Dukes?
It is a Dukes in this round.
Good, okay.
Kookaburra, I think they're playing in a block. I'll look at the Sage-like Church. I think it's 4 matches they're playing. I think it is, yeah.
Well, that's the time to play, I think. It's sort of middle of the summer, isn't it? You get the Kookaburra ball out and get it to bounce on harder wickets. Well, there's a few discussions going on out there at the moment. It's going to be Hughes to face. He's just doing a bit of gardening down there. He's a big lad, Hughes. Both left-handers, these Sussex openers.
5 of the Sussex top 6 are left-handers.
And 3 of them are called Tom.
They are. Yeah.
Atkinson, here he is, whips in and bowls around the wicket. Whoa.
He bowled him?
Yeah, has he bowled him? No, he hasn't, but it's somehow looks like he's cut Hughes in 2. He's actually blocked my view with his follow-through, and I don't know if we get replays. You probably do on the Sussex County Cricket Club website. I might have to look that up, but there's a bit of extra pace. We know that he can bowl regularly in the 90s here, Gus Atkinson. He's whippy and he's quick, and that rather startled Hughes. Hughes waiting patiently in his crease. Atkinson bowls, bowling wide of the crease, and that ball just hurrying on to the bat of Hughes. Made a mighty noise there as the ball thudded into the bat. There is no run. The score is 44 for no wicket here for Sussex.
Well, although we have got a great view, you're right, where Gus Atkinson is following in around the wicket and we're looking behind the umpire, we're having to sort of peep out to the side to see where the ball is pitching. I'm with you. I thought he'd been bowled with that delivery the first ball of the over.
Here we are. Great to have Atkinson back in the mix as well. He's got permission from England to come and play for Surrey. Here he is again. He bowls. Whoa, that's a mighty looking shot. Stand and deliver. That is slapped away by Hughes. He rocks onto the back foot, and that has gone for 4 runs. And he is eyeing up that short boundary down there, which at the moment is on the off side. There is a fielder who is sweeping on the cover side, but he's not going to get near that. That accelerated away. Beautiful looking shot.
Yeah, it was a good shot, wasn't it?
Take the score to 48 for no loss.
Yeah, on top of the bounce, was it? And just punched the ball away through backward point for 4 runs. Lovely shot.
He's looking in good form, although he has played and missed a handful of times this morning. But that was solid. That was out the middle of the bat. That trampolined out. Atkinson again. He bowls and plays across the line. Rather ugly agricultural looking shot there from Hughes. Tries to pull it, but it's too quick. And it's probably not quite the right length to pull either. And the ball thuds into the gloves of Ben Folkes there behind the stumps.
Patrick's been in touch. He says, hello, I'm watching from Auckland in New Zealand. An expat from New Haven, East Sussex. It's great to be able to watch via your YouTube on the Sussex Cricket Channel. So, have you been to Auckland?
I haven't actually. I've never been that far across. I've been to Australia. That's the furthest I've travelled. I suppose Hobart. That's quite a long way, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But never to New Zealand. Would love to go there. Great cricket country. Great outdoors, isn't it, in New Zealand? A lot of hiking and skiing. Quite a bit of skiing. If you want to ski all year round, hop over to New Zealand. Hughes facing. He's on 36 off 34. He's going at a canter. Atkinson hurtles in bowls and forward offensive there from Hughes. More of a sensible shot there from Hughes. Regain control of his senses. 48 for no loss. Gentle breeze across the ground as those flags flutter by the clock tower there at the short boundary.
Tom from Skipton has been in touch.
Ooh, all over the world today.
And he says, hi all, can you please give my dad, Reverend Doug, a shout out? He'll be wanting to watch the game today, but he's working.
He must be busy over Easter weekend. The revving up for Easter. Atkinson, angular. Bowls, that's clipped off the hip of Hughes. They will think about the second. They're not going to take it as that fine leg swoops in and hurtles that back in. 48, 49 for no loss there. It's also the end of the over. I'm just getting used to this scoreboard here. We've had 9 overs, and Atkinson's bowled 2 overs, 0 for 9 as he warms up down here at Hove by the seaside. No sign of a sea fret yet.
No, there was one here for the warm-up game, which was a couple of 3 weeks ago now. But if you just joined us, a very good morning. Welcome to Live Cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey. Adrian Harms, Izzy Duncan, Mark Church, your commentary team today. If you're watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, which is being operated by Isaac and the team today, well done, fellas. And it looks as if we've got a listener over, or Patrick over in New Zealand is enjoying it. Sussex winning the toss, electing to bat first, and off to a good start. As Izzy was saying, 9 overs gone, and it's going to be Jordan Clark who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Daniel Hughes, who is going to pick up a boundary, works that way away between second slip and backward point, and picks up another boundary. Does Hughes? He goes to 40. I think that's his 8th boundary of the morning, and the 50 partnership between these two in 56 balls in 40 minutes. Nice round of applause around the ground.
They're not hanging around, these two, are they?
They're
well,
not.
Particularly Hughes, when you look at that score. I mean, he has faced the majority of balls, hasn't he, with Haynes at the other end, 40 off 37. But it's a good cricket wicket, as we keep saying.
Clark, 2 slips, face, and in comes Hughes, just plays down the track, and Jordan Clark with a bit of footwork stops the ball, and there is no run. So there's 2 slips. A backward point, he's almost a gully by the time he's walking in from backward point, but he's almost in a gully position by the time he gets there. A sweeper on the cover point boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As the tall, imposing figure of Jordan Clark makes his way back to the far end of the ground. He's running down the hill here at Hove, around the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who's at it again. That's a little too short, but it's punched away. There's a fielder, though, out at deep backward point, who misfields the ball but gets away with just a single. Hughes goes to 41, the total to 54 without loss. Have you seen any county cricket so far this season, Izzy, or is this your first game?
It's my first game.
Right.
I've been listening in. You know, I'm certainly a fan of commentators on the circuit. I was listening to Surrey. I was listening to you as well, Adrian, last week for your win at home.
Good win it was.
Yeah.
In comes Clark bowls, and Haynes works this one down to third man. For a moment, Jordan Clark thought he was in business. He played that very late, did Tom Haynes. Wide of second slip, the ball races down to the boundary. This very quick outfield here at Hove. Haynes goes to, I think it should go to 14, shouldn't it? Just waiting for the scoreboard to tick over. The total's gone up to 60 without loss. I'm pretty certain that should be Tom Haynes on to 14. Apologies if you are sending through. My emails are being a little intermittent this morning. My computer keeps going off, but I will get to them through the course of the morning.
Your computer's on holiday. It is a bank holiday.
I think it is.
Yeah, it's gone to sleep.
It's been a bit temperamental. Clark in bowls. Haynes is forward, plays onto the onside. I think that probably came off the pad, and it's Atkinson who trots in to field, and there is no run.
Now, Adrian, I'm very impressed by you because you're a VIP now, aren't you? I mean, I heard about you cutting the ribbon.
I've never cut a ribbon in my life before, but I did.
Well, yeah. So is that a new refurb?
No,
what was the ribbon all about?
Well, they sort of officially open the museum every year here at Hove. So, and you can see actually the volunteers. Just break off for a minute as in comes Clark and bowls, and it hits Haynes up on the thigh pad and bounces out into the offside. I apologise. Did I miss a no ball there, Izzy? I think I did.
Did you? Sorry,
So
I was
my
so busy
apologies.
looking at the museum.
61 without
Yeah.
loss. You can see the guys sitting behind the trestle tables over in the corner. You'll see the photographs. There are photographs and books, and the museum will be open today. So if you're a new visitor to Hove, then please go and have a look around the museum. There are lots of great exhibitions in there throughout the season. Last season there was a lot about Ted Dexter. They had the Gillette Cup down here as well. In comes Clark and bowls, and Hughes drills the ball down the ground, and Clark fields off his own bowling. There is no run. 61 without loss. Hughes on 41. Haynes is on 11. And we have done some podcasts as well.
I've heard you on one of the
with
podcasts.
the people from the museum. Just so it's really good. It's run by volunteers. Keith Ridge is the curator. They all do it for love.
Good man,
and
Keith Ridge.
it's really good.
He's a fit chap, isn't he? Doesn't he cycle and run?
Yes, how do you know
Keith
that?
Ridge? Well, I did a podcast for the museum.
Did you? Oh, well, there we are
Yeah,
then.
yeah. I'm
There we
not
go.
blowing my own trumpet here at all, but it was with Johnny Barclay.
Oh, fantastic.
Funnily enough, we
I bet
met
that was
at
fun.
Arundel, but guess where Johnny went? He didn't come to Arundel. He went to Hove instead.
Oh.
So I had a very long coffee with Keith Ridge. I really got to know Keith Ridge in an hour that it took
He is very
Johnny
fit,
Barclay to travel. Atkinson, here he is at the sea end, and he bowls. And that is turned off the hip. Didn't get a lot of bat on that, but there will be a single. Let's see how that's signalled. I need to get some bat on it. The scoreboard's gone blank. That's helpful. And that was Haynes who scored that run. At the moment, we've got the Sussex cricket crest up on the scoreboard. So we've lost the score momentarily, so we look at my computer screen. Are we 61? It's very slow, my computer as well. 61 for no loss?
Yeah.
No, we're not. That's behind. That's behind.
Oh, it's back up now.
Is it back? Yeah, 61. Oh, 62 for no loss. There's Atkinson, 37, on his shirt. Whips in and bowls, and that's flashed away, and very well fielded by Gully. It's into the ground. Angled it into the ground there, Hughes. He hits it hard. It's a lovely piece of fielding. Is that Pope down there? I think it might be who ducked onto that. I think it is Pope, isn't it? Because he's sharp in the field, is Pope.
Very good.
62. Cut that one off. 62 for no loss. Hughes, the Australian, continues to face the opener, the left-hander, Dan the man, down there. 36 years old. He's a real veteran, isn't he, from New South Wales. I'm sure he's tough.
Well, he is tough. In fact, he broke his elbow twice.
Did he? On the same day?
This winter, yeah.
Ooh. There he is, Hughes. He is tough. Just like Colin Cowdrey. Oh, wow, and he's played across that line. He's been looking to play that, but that's come off the bottom end of the bat. Didn't get hold of it. He's been looking to play that shot. Anything just short of a length here from Atkinson, but just finds the fielder there at mid-wicket. I think that's Ryan Patel. They've all got their sweaters on, so we can't see their numbers, so we're just having to... It's not that easy identifying the players out there in the ground here at Hove. Atkinson continues. Atkinson now into his third over, 2.3 overs, 0 for 10. Will continue to bowl to Hughes on 41. Tidy little run up from Atkinson. That's cracked off the bat this time. It does beat a mid-wicket. And Hughes will come back for the second. No, the ball has made it just about. Has trickled over the ropes out there at deep mid-wicket. It's the long boundary as well, but slightly downhill in that direction. And Hughes will add 4 more to his total. He'll go to 45. The score now 66 for no loss. And in fact, Hughes has hit 9 fours so far in his role here as opener. He's not hanging about. He's not taking any prisoners, is Dan Hughes.
Well, he's certainly putting back to ball, isn't he? And Sussex off to a really good start.
I wonder what Rory Burns is going to do about this. So, Atkinson, here he is. Soul's flashing as he runs in, and that's tucked under the nose there of Hughes. He'll just gone out towards square leg. There's no square leg on the single. They take 1 run, and Hughes goes on to 46. 67 for no loss now. And Burns, I do worry about the sort of spin frontline spinners at Surrey, because they haven't got Amir. I'm asking the wrong person here, because Churchy's sitting behind us. I think, is it Amir Verdi he's been released, is that right, the spinner? Dan Lawrence, of course. He's moving into that role of the frontline spinner, isn't he? Yeah, with his rather awkward action. I'm just thinking what's going through Rory Burns' head right now with these runs racing away. There's an adjustment to the field. There's a point on the boundary there. Has gone backward as Atkinson storms in and pops in a bouncer. Haynes sees it nice and early and just bobs out of the way. And there is no run. 67 for no loss after only 11 overs. I mean, look at that. We're over 6 runs and over now. So it's the sort of pitch you want to score runs on and take advantage of it.
Well, to look off to a good start, Sussex, having won the toss. A couple more emails come in. Phil in Newark's been in touch. Hello, Phil. Phil Tibbs, and he says, not quite as exotic as New Zealand. Lovely to have the commentary with the excellent stream by the club. Yeah, well done, everybody here, because I know some clubs have lots of people who operate their streams. Sussex don't have that luxury, but they're doing a good job, so well done, fellas. And Phil says, sorry you weren't there last Sunday. More to the point, you missed out on some sausage rolls I dropped into the commentary box. Ooh. Do you know, I saw those when I was here on Monday, Phil, and I wondered who'd bought them, so thank you very much. That's really, really good of you. So thank you for bringing those. Yeah, I went to watch the boat. I went to the boat race last Sunday.
Oh, it's so boring, the boat race.
Oh, I enjoyed it.
I got stuck in traffic. I tried to cross Chiswick Bridge and they closed it in front of me.
No, I enjoyed it.
I was cussing.
Oh, well, oh no.
Cambridge won both, didn't they?
Well, won all 4 races, yeah.
All 4?
Yeah, yeah. So it is going to be Matthew Fisher, who moved down from Yorkshire. For this season, is going to come around the wicket. He's replacing Jordan Clark from the Cromwell Road end. 2 slips and a gully in place. There's a cover mid-off, sweeper on that cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. As in comes Fisher bowls, and Hughes plays carefully through the offside and picks up a single. He goes to 47, does Daniel Hughes. The total goes up by 1 to 69 without loss. There's a lot of people watch it. I mean, you don't see much of it, but it's just the atmosphere around the whole event. I saw Sir Matthew Pinsent
Did you?
Yeah, I got a photograph with him. So I was
did
very,
you?
Yeah. I said,
Top
would you
fan.
mind?
You got his autograph.
Well, he's just a legend, isn't he?
He is
He's
a legend.
a legendary Olympian.
Has he got rippling muscles?
He was umpire for the women's race.
Oh, was he?
And in fact, during that race, they had to stop the race. As in comes Fisher bowls, and Haynes works this one through backward point. They've taken one. They might look for two here. Are they going to come back for a second? No, they don't. Haynes content with the single. He goes to 17, total to 69 without loss. Yeah, the oars clashed in the women's race. So Matthew Pinson was the umpire. So he raises his red flag, and the race stopped, and then they restarted again.
Did they have to go back to the beginning?
No, they didn't. We wondered if they might, 'cause it wasn't far from the start at Putney.
Yeah.
Hadn't really got as far as Fulham Football Ground.
So they row upstream?
Yes. In comes Fisher. Bowls. Hughes takes a step down the pitch, but the ball hits his thigh pad and bounces out onto the onside, and there is no run. So thank you very much for those sausage rolls. Phil, I'm just sorry I didn't eat any of them.
Didn't you? Have you saved them? Were they a week old now?
Well, no, they'd eaten them all, I think, by the time I got back, and no one said you'd brought them in, which was a bit...
no, you didn't even get one.
No.
Just think of that fluffy pastry.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, with a bit of mustard.
We've got another listener from New Zealand, who is Matthew. I'll read. So my emails keep going on and off, which is a bit frustrating, but hopefully we'll get there in a moment. As in comes Fisher around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes drives. Nice looking shot by Tom Haynes, foot right to the pitch of the ball, drills that to mid-off, and there is no run. Haynes 17, Hughes 48, Sussex 70 without loss. And we are only in the 12th over of the morning. Sussex winning the toss and deciding to bat first. And that looks a pretty good decision by John Simpson at the moment.
Absolutely, and great to see Fisher as well, formerly of Yorkshire.
Yes.
And this is his first season for Surrey. Great addition, adds a bit of bite to that frontline seam attack.
Two slips and a gully go down. Fisher is in. Bowls. Haynes plays that fairly late and doesn't time the ball into the offside. Nonetheless, he picks up a single fielded there by Ollie Sykes, who's in the Surrey side. Two changes for Sussex in this match. Sykes and Atkinson in for Jamie Smith and Kemar Roach. Just the one change for Sussex from the victory over Somerset last week. Sean Hunt, who began his career at Surrey, missing out with an injury. Real shame, because he bowled beautifully last week. Sean Hunt picking up 9 wickets in the match. But Ollie Robinson, who missed that game with a foot injury, is fit again and back in the side. In comes Fisher bowls, beautifully driven away through the offside by Daniel Hughes. They've taken one. There's a misfield by that fielder out on the offside boundary. What it does allow, though, is Daniel Hughes to come back for 2 runs, and that's his half century. 47 balls in 53 minutes with 9 boundaries, and that's been a terrific start for Sussex and a terrific knock from Daniel Hughes.
Look at that. He had a good time of it, didn't he? Last season, I think he had a bit of a cameo role for Sussex. 4 matches, I think I read somewhere, for Daniel Hughes, and averaged 57. So I mean, he loves playing for Sussex.
Well, he came over last season, and what Paul Farbrace always said, Isabel, that he wanted some experienced pros around the side. He brought Daniel Hughes in. He came in for the second half of the season, but this year, Sussex have got him right through the season. So that's really good news. And he just brought that bit of experience at the top of the order. Tom Haynes was saying he'd never opened the batting with anybody for Sussex who was older than him. And Tom,
oh, really?
And Tom is only...
He's 10 years younger, isn't he?
Yeah,
26.
Tom is 26.
Right.
So, you know, so just that experience around the side has really helped. And we are going to get some spin, my word.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
And
actually,
we haven't even finished the first hour's play here.
Here we are. It's going to be Dan Lawrence, of course. I mentioned him earlier as moving into that position of frontline spinner. He bowls tweakers. He's got an untucked shirt fluttering in the wind. He's got a very awkward action from what I can remember. I haven't seen him bowl for a while. He's going to come around the wicket. He's in and he bowls. And that's gone for extras. That's beaten everybody. It has gone for byes. It's beaten Haynes. Didn't have a go at it. It's gone down the leg side. That'll be his warm-up, I think. We'll allow Lawrence a warm-up. He's tall and he's languid, Lawrence. So let's have a look at the field. Is a leg slip in place. It looks like it's Ollie Pope again. He's always close in somewhere, Ollie Pope. He knows his place. That's where he's most effective. We saw Ollie Sykes under the lid as well earlier at that short leg. It's usually the sort of junior position, isn't it? It's the short straw position. Unless you're Ollie Pope, of course, to to go in at short leg. Lawrence continues. So that leg slip is in place. There are 4 on the offside. There's a cover there, sweeping as he's in a bowl. It's very mechanical the way he comes in, and that is racing towards the boundary. Will it be cut off? Yes, it will. It's a good piece of fielding out there. They come back for 2. As Hughes struck that beautifully out the middle of the bat. It's gone backward a point. It is a short boundary. And both batters have been licking their lips having a look at that short boundary, but didn't manage to get 4. So 2 more. Hughes goes on to 52 and Sussex 76 for no loss. Haynes at the other end on 18. Lawrence bowls, and that's treated with more respect this time. Had a nice shape to it from Lawrence. There's no run. The ball's just nurdled into the leg side. Lawrence has bowled a lot of overs now for Surrey. They really do look to him as their spinner. And it's a yellowish looking pitch as well. Pretty dry out there, and in he comes again. All arms and legs, Lawrence, and that is cut away backward a point. It's a lovely piece of fielding.
Good stuff.
Probably is Jordan. I think that's Jordan Clark out there. Strapping lad that is Jordan Clark, the Lancastrian. Went to Sedbergh School. I only know that because I had lunch with somebody who went to Sedbergh School the other day.
Beautiful. Have you ever been to Sedbergh School?
Oh, I'd love to go to Sedbergh School. I'd love to cover a match
Yeah,
there.
it's beautiful.
Because Lancashire play there, don't they?
No, it's beautiful, yeah.
Lawrence again is in, and that is played off the back foot, punched away for a single there. And they'll go through for 1. So
Sussex played a one-day game there 2 or 3 years ago, and it was absolutely gorgeous.
No, you've been there.
We covered a game there, Lancashire against Sussex.
It's Cumbria, isn't it? Sedbergh?
Beautiful.
77 for no losses. Lawrence gives it a bit more air this time, just tempting the drive, and in fact that's played off the toes there of Haynes, and he scampers through for 1. Scoreboard ticking over nicely for Sussex. Haynes on to 19, Hughes on 53, Sussex 78 for no loss. The current run rate is 6 runs and over, so we're going along at a gallop, Sussex, and looking relatively unflustered.
This is the most important man at Hove, who is Jamie, the excellent media officer here.
Jamie,
brought
before
in
you go,
our vouchers for lunch.
What about the scorecards? They're coming, Jamie. They're coming. Yeah.
I'll do one more over, and I'll hand over to Mark Church. We've got another listener, Matthews, listening over in New Zealand. He says, indeed, because you said what a lovely place it was for walking and trekking. He says, indeed, a great place for tramping. After a long, damp walk out of Picton in the South Island, I'm sitting in the room with a glass of wine, listening to great commentary. Glass of white wine, listening to great commentary. So thank you very much for getting in touch. So, yeah, I guess it's going into autumn now over in New Zealand.
Yes, and evening time as well.
Picton, South Island. Trying to picture.
Have you been there?
I have.
You have?
Yeah, I've been to New Zealand. Beautiful. It is going to be Matthew Fisher running down the hill from the Cromwell Road and around the wicket bowls to Tom Haynes, who plays into the offside, and there is no run. 78 without loss are Sussex. Hughes on 50. Is that 53? Haynes on 19. Sussex winning the toss for those of you just joining us this morning, and electing to bat first. So thank you for getting in touch, Matthew. Stuart McPherson's been in touch. I'll read your email in a minute, Stuart, from over in Northern. I don't know if you're at the ground today. So my emails keep going on and off, which is very frustrating. I might reboot the computer. In comes Fisher, bowls. Haynes tucks inside the line, plays into the offside. There is no run. 3 men saving 1 on the offside. There's a fielder sweeping on the boundary by the Spenkarma Pavilion. 2 slips, a fine leg, a wideish fine leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Sussex winning the toss, electing to bat after a good start this morning.
I think, Adrian, if your emails are not working, how about people tweeting us? I'm at Fine Glance and you're at Adrian Hart.
Yeah, they will come through. I think it's just a bit like Church's computer. I think it's a bit temperamental. In comes Fisher, bowls, and Haynes works this into the offside, picks up a single. Dominic Sibley at first slip raised his hands. Thought he was going to get a little nick through to first slip. Didn't do so, but Haynes picks up another single. He goes to 20, 79 without loss. I'm impressed by all your notes, Isabel.
Well, I devote 1 page to each county.
Right.
That's what I do. And because
you got highlighted in green.
I like my highlighter pen. It smells nice as well.
Oh dear.
That's terrible. And yes, I do. I have to do one page for each county. Keep up to date with everything.
In comes Fisher round the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who's beaten. That's a good delivery by Matthew Fisher. Hughes is beaten outside the off stump, taken by a tumbling Folkes, and there is no run. First time for a little while the ball has beaten the bat, but that was a good delivery by Matthew Fisher.
Well, he gets good bounce, doesn't he? Good bounce off a good length, Fisher. He's one of those languid fast bowlers, languid and lanky, as he struts back to his mark at the Cromwell Road end.
So I will read your email, Stuart, but I'll be back on commentary at 12:30, and I'll give the computer a restart. And thank you as well for Stuart and Stuart McPherson as well. In comes Fisher, bowls, and Hughes is forward and plays that one through the offside. Picks up a single, fielded out on the cover boundary. One more to the total. Hughes goes to 54, Sussex to 80 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey. Live cricket from Hove, where the cloud is high. There's not much blue sky around and it's quite breezy. But we've got cricket, which is great news. And in fact, the forecast for the weekend a week ago didn't look great for this weekend, but it sort of has improved a bit. So fingers crossed we'll see a good deal of cricket. As in comes Fisher again, bowls, Haynes drives, and a very fine stop in the gully. That was an excellent piece of fielding by Dan. Lawrence prevents a boundary. End of the over, 80 without loss. Hughes 54, Haynes is on 20. I'm going to have a breather, and I'm going to leave you with Isabel Duncan and with Mark Church.
So I like the fact that Lawrence has come in quite early into proceedings, you would think, on this first morning, on day one of the county championship here of Sussex versus Surrey. But things running away from Surrey a bit here, with Sussex score up there, a mighty 80 for no loss after 14 overs, and galloping along at nearly 6 an over. So he's got to scratch his head a little bit, Rory Burns, and has brought Lawrence in with his tweakers and his awkward, idiosyncratic kind of way that he bowls. Awkward to look at. And Mark Church has just moved in next to me to my left as Lawrence onto his tippy toes. And bowls to Hughes, who tries to whip that away. It thuds onto the pad. It was going down the leg side. And there is no run.
Yeah,
Churchy.
Few problems here, Isabel, for Surrey. 11 boundaries this morning. Most of the, I think Hughes has hit 9. So he's had to probably go to Lawrence a little earlier than he thought.
Lawrence again. That's punched off the front foot, and we'll go for a single there. Hughes goes on to 55.
But all I would say is, with 5 left-handers in the top 6, Lawrence won't mind that bowling off spin. He wants to be bowling at left-handers, really. So that probably came into the thinking as well of Rory Burns.
Here is Lawrence again. Arms and legs. He's in and bowls. And that's treated fairly respectfully there. Just nurdle a single by Haynes. Almost walks that singles. That's played into the onside. He goes on to 21 now, 82 for no loss. There's not a lot of rough though around yet.
No,
of course.
well, and it's a good pitch. It looks a really good pitch. But Hughes has sort of come out and taken it by the scruff of the neck this morning.
He has. Lawrence, here he comes, and bowls, and that's cracked away by Hughes. He'll only get a single for it. There's a man out there sweeping at the extra cover boundary, so another single added. 80, is it going to catch up? 83 for no loss. Hughes on to 56.
I can only remember previous over from Fisher, one went past the edge and a Hughes naughty shot against Gus Atkinson.
Lawrence once more. He's here, and that's really thrashed away there by Haynes. Opened everything up with a full follow through, but that man at the short boundary with hands on hips has cut it off. I think that's Jordan Clark, is it out there? No, it's not Jordan Clark.
Gus
Who's out
Atkinson.
there? It's Gus Atkinson. He's got his hands. He's a strapping fast bowler. He's out there on that short boundary. 84 for no loss. Lawrence again. In he comes, all mechanical the way he bowls. It's turned into the onside there by Haynes, and there is no run. 84 for no loss.
He's actually bowled a lot of overs this summer for Surrey already. In the first game against Essex, 35.2. And in the second innings against Hampshire, 20. It's taken 5 wickets so far this summer, has Dan Lawrence. But one of his main reasons for coming to Surrey was to bowl more, because Essex have Simon Harmer. So he came to Surrey to bowl more. He may have to do a bit today, as it will be Matt Fisher from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Haynes on strike on 22. Fisher's in. Haynes looks to drive. Doesn't time this at all. It rolls up towards mid-off. And there is no run. Rory Burns up there. Sibley and Pope are in the slips, the two of them. But yes, it's been a real positive start, really positive start from Sussex on a good pitch. Hughes in particular. And if Surrey had either strayed in line or length, Hughes has more often than not jumped all over it, as they're just putting Gus Atkinson out onto the deep backward square boundary rope. Fisher is in, and Haynes respectfully gets in behind a back of a length delivery, and there is no run. I must say, very proud of Mr. Harms opening the museum with a pair of scissors and a ribbon.
He'll be mayor soon. What do you think?
I can think
Brighton
of a
and
few,
Hove.
including myself, that may have been an exhibit these days, but in the museum. But well done to Adrian Harms. That's lovely. He'll be opening Village Fates. And
He will be charging for it.
Small towns soon. As driving once more is Haynes. Doesn't time this. Up to Rory Burns it goes, and there is no run.
Well, he does work his socks off, Adrian Harms. So every time I switch on BBC Radio Surrey, BBC Radio Sussex, he's on. He's up at Newlands Corner. He's talking about the weather and the traffic, or he's doing the football. He's doing the cricket. He loves it, and he knows his stuff.
He's done a terrific job with the cricket as well. He really has. As Fisher runs towards us, comes in to the left-handed Haynes again. He's respectfully in behind a back of a length delivery. Just got a little bit of control at the moment as Rory Burns. He hasn't had much this morning, but Fisher's settled nicely from that Cromwell Road end of the ground.
Yeah, he'll be looking for a bit of extra bounce, won't he, Fisher?
He's got it naturally. He's got this delivery that is on a length, and it just hops at you, and it no change in his action at all. It just hops at you and gets quite big. As he's in again, and Haynes turns this one into the leg side. They'll pick up a single, one more to the total, one more to Haynes, and Haynes moves on to 23. Sussex 85 without loss. I was saying what an amazing man Adrian Harms is, and as I say that, he brings in a cup of coffee. What's the matter? Oh no, I'll have it.
Is the milk off?
No, milk isn't off.
That's always a problem.
Well,
No, the milk isn't off.
Like
okay.
any, I can see you doing this, Isabel Duncan. Like any good wine connoisseur, first thing I'm going to do is have a sniff
great
of it.
consumer. Don't know much about it.
Oh no, that's absolutely fine. As in round the wicket again comes Fisher. Good-looking shot again from Hughes. Through extra cover, and that is going to race off to the boundary rope. 10th four already for Hughes in this 60. As I say, the problem for Rory Burns at the moment is I just said he's got a bit of control, and then last ball of the over goes to the boundary. They're off to an absolute flyer here. Sussex looks a really good pitch to bat on, and yes, they are making the most of having won that toss and decided to bat first. Hughes is 60, he's come on 58 deliveries. He's played some handsome shots already. And Surrey have to find a way of slowing this all down now.
Here's Lawrence. All hopes on Lawrence here with his spin. He's still got his sweater on as he tiptoes in and bowls, bowling his off breaks. And that's a defensive there by Haynes. He gets onto the front foot there. Haynes on 23. Haynes is playing the sort of anchor role in this innings. So far, things can change, but Hughes went off at a gallop right from the first ball. Once again, he comes in, Lawrence, and that's played with soft hands, just backward of point, Then you get a single for it. The sweeper's out there. It's Gus Atkinson who wings that ball back in, and Hughes, no, it's Haynes will go on to 24. The score now 90 for no loss. They'll be thinking about, not quite yet, but bonus points obviously are very important. If you've got a pitch like this, it's 250, isn't it, that you need to get your first,
the first one.
Bonus point. There's plenty of flight there from Lawrence. And that's driven very straight out towards long on, where it's fielded out here in front of us, in front of the commentary box. 91 for no loss. It's dealing in singles at the moment off Lawrence's bowling. He's keeping it tightish. That leg slip is still in place. That's Ollie Pope, I think, at leg slip. He looks a bit like Ollie Sykes from a distance, Ollie Pope. The way he wears his cap and his glasses as Lawrence is in again, like a frog in a tumble dryer, and that's driven there by Haynes. He'll get a single into the covers. 25, he's on now.
I've always thought facing Dan Lawrence must be very difficult because arms and legs go, but actually when it's the point of delivery, he's in the right place.
You would think it's off-putting, definitely. I mean, probably to his advantage as he's in again, Lawrence's balls. Whoa, that nearly snuck through. Whether that got an inside edge or not, I'm not sure, but he's whipped the bails off, that's for sure, Ben folks. I mean, he's breathing down the neck of Dan Hughes, who had a little flutter at that one. I don't think it got anything on it, but it certainly nudged its way through. 92 for no loss, Hughes facing, and Lawrence causing a little bit of alarm there. Lawrence again from the C end, bowling. That's a lovely looking forward defensive there from Hughes in the MCC handbook, the forward defensive. And it's the end of another quick spin over from Lawrence. He's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 11. Sussex a 92 for no loss. Hughes on a staggering 61 off 61, strike rate of 100. Haynes 25 off 43, anchoring.
Yes, those last two deliveries, I think Lawrence got the pace right for this pitch. I think for any spinner, it might take an over or two just to work out what pace you need to be bowling on this pitch. So I think he probably needs to, the odd one goes up, but I think just at the moment, to try and get a bit of control and tie it end up, he probably needs to be bowling it a bit quicker as Fisher is into Haynes, continuing from the Cromwell Road end. Haynes is forward, playing this one up towards Rory Burns. But it was a great joy for me this morning because I got here far too early as always.
7:30, I think.
Then young Sam on the gate, which was an absolute joy to catch up with young Sam. And then went for a coffee. And then I wandered into the ground and then I suddenly heard, oi, and turned around and there was Jeff Arnold. So lovely to have a catch up with the great man as Fisher. Round the wicket he comes, and this one is worked by Haynes down towards backward point, and there is no run. And I was sat with Mr. Arnold, who of course played here as well, didn't he? He played for Sussex, and having a little chat with him about that, how the grounds changed from his playing days. And then I did admit to him that I used to come here every Sunday morning during the winter for nets. Every Sunday morning Dad drove me down to Hove for nets.
Are you a Sussex
with the
lad?
Sussex under whatever they were. As this is turned into the leg side by Haynes out towards deep mid wicket as round goes Gus Atkinson. They'll pick up a single, and there was obviously the Gilligan stand, which were the main nets. But then as you came into the ground where the pub is, and I think it got turned into the shop for a while, there was sort of a wooden structure, and that had 2 nets in it, and that was where we went in on cold Sunday mornings for nets. As Hughes is beaten on the outside. I think, to be fair to him, he's played the line of that. That's the delivery I'm talking about, Isabel Duncan. No change in his action, it's just bounced off a length. Nicely bowled by Fisher, but I think Hughes, to his credit, just played the line of that and taken by Folkes away to his left hand side. But there was none of the indoor school or any of that, none of that was here. And when you come into the ground now, there's all the sort of the shop, and none of that was here at all, and it was just this wooden
What about
prefab.
Sam? Was he here?
Sam may well have been doing the parking. As Hughes plays this one out towards backward point, and there is no run. 93 without loss it remains. And also, his name escapes me, but the head grounds person was also at the Goldstone. So yes, which meant we got tickets, which was good. So we got to go and watch Brighton and Hove. Ah, here he is, the great man. Thank you very much indeed.
Jamie's delivered the scorecard.
But yes, and then...
Very small print, Jamie.
And then... Is there anything that pleases you with these scorecards, Isabel Duncan? And then you used to come here and watch Sussex as sound of a seagull, as this one's pushed off the back foot by Hughes from Fisher. And there is no run. Tidy over from Fisher. Just the one off it. And Sussex 93 without loss. Hughes 61. Haynes 26. So yes, I used to spend a lot of time here at Hove.
So you are a Sussex lad. Are you born and bred Sussex,
yes.
Mark Church?
Yes.
So which part of Sussex are we talking here?
Born in the fine, fair town of Crawley.
Oh, creepy Crawley.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And then, yes, Haywards Heath area.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, every Sunday was spent here.
And you used to come and watch the matches?
Oh yes,
as
during
well?
the summer, absolutely.
Did you see a bit of Imran Khan?
Did see a bit of Imran Khan, Garth LaRue, Paul Parker,
Johnny Barkley,
Jay Barkley, Esquire.
Lawrence, here he is. Again, flight, giving it plenty of air and shape there from Lawrence, and that's just defended by Haynes. No run.
Very young Neil Lennon.
Oh yes, Neil Lennon.
Very young Neil Lennon.
He worked here for a long time.
Yes,
Neil,
yes.
Neil Lennon. Lawrence still got his sweater on. His right arm around. Left-handed Haynes, who sort of pads that away. He's rather blocking my view here at Lawrence with his follow-through. That was padded away by Haynes. Haynes on 26 off 48. My eyesight's not that great. 93 for no loss. Sussex. Leg slip still in place. Onto his tiptoes now, Lawrence. And bowls. He rocks onto the back foot there, just trying to work that past the bowler out towards mid-on, but it's cut off by Lawrence, who dives on top of that.
Tony Pygott.
Yes, Tony Pygott.
Who made his one England appearance whilst he was on holiday, didn't he? I think it was against New Zealand. He was on holiday, and someone went down, and he got called into the side.
Lawrence again. Bowls, and it's just defended once more.
Better,
Haynes,
isn't it?
No run.
Better. He's found the right pace on
Yeah,
there
you're
now.
right.
And this combination of Fisher and Lawrence has just given the captain a little bit of control out there in the middle.
Lawrence is getting the hang of it. He's found some rhythm. He's experimented. And he's in a groove now. Here he is, Lawrence again. It's a little bit quicker this time, and that's driven crisply by Haynes, only for a single. Again, eyeing up that short boundary out towards point. There's a man sweeping, Gus Atkinson.
I remember the excitement of going into the Gilligan stand one day, and Imran Khan was in there netting.
Imran.
Yes,
Very low voice.
In the net next door. That was exciting.
Did you talk to him? Were you too frightened?
No, I didn't say a word. I hid.
Left-handed Hughes facing Lawrence bowling. Comes forward, and that's going to be a single. There's a gap there just where mid-on should be, and long-on comes in and fields it. So 95 for no loss. That was a tighter over there from Lawrence, and as Churchy was saying, just trying to regain some control here. The captain, Rory Burns, because his seamers are not quite doing it for him, although Fisher is getting that extra bounce, as you say, leaps off a length from Fisher, bowling from that Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, I just think for Rory Burns and for Surrey here is just calm it down, because Hughes might keep flying, but he was finding a boundary and over. We're only in the 20th here, and 95 on the board already for Sussex. Fisher will continue, bowling his 5th over, none for 14. Round the wicket he comes. Oh, Hughes is driving at this one. It's interesting, isn't it, that if it's got a little bit of width on it, and Hughes obviously Australian, his sort of hands and wrists go after it a touch more. When it's closer to his body, it's just that punch and full face of the bat, isn't it? But with that one, just because it's a little bit wider, not really wide, it's just a little wider, his hands and his wrists go at the ball, and that beats the outside edge. So Fisher's beaten the outside edge now on 3 occasions. Started very nicely again, bowled very well last week, did Matt Fisher. Into Hughes he comes. Hughes drives straight back up the pitch. Fisher does pretty well because Hughes, strong man, hits that very firmly back at Fisher. It knocked him off his feet, but he got his hands on it, and there is no run. So yes, I have wonderful memories of this place. I really do, genuinely. When you sort of think back, you always think the sun was shining every time you came here, but I remember it being freezing cold in the winter. Oh dear.
And who are the boys that you trained with who made it? I'm not saying you didn't make it, because you've made it as a commentator.
Dear. Oh, well, that's a really good question, actually. Just trying to think. As driving in the air, gone, caught and bowled. It's a great catch from Fisher. And Hughes going hard at it, and Fisher's just stuck a right hand down. It's a cracking catch from from Fisher. And Hughes' very fine innings comes to an end on 62. Surrey have a breakthrough, and Sussex are 95 for 1. Hughes is 62, coming off 68 balls with 10 fours. But I tell you what, that's a very good catch off his own bowling. On his follow-through, Fisher struck it pretty well, did Dan Hughes. But Fisher with the catch. And Hughes goes, and Sussex lose their first. And Isabel Duncan, that is a good bit of fielding off your own bowling, isn't it?
That was a cracking piece of cricket there from Matt Fisher. That was sharp. That was hit hard by Hughes. It's put an end to Hughes because he was galloping along there for his 62 off 67. It's going to be Tom Clark, one of the trios of Clarks. It's going to be Tom Clark who's coming out to the middle now to greet Tom Haynes at 95 for 1. Let's have a look at the overs as well. The overs have we had? That's 19.3 overs. Quite a tasty looking score on the board already though for Sussex. But they made that breakthrough now, and it always looked like Fisher, didn't it? As you said, putting it down that corridor, down that channel, and in the end, that was the end of Hughes just throwing his hands at it rather, jabbing at it, but he hit it hard. So it's Clark coming to the danger end.
And that is such a difficult catch on your follow-through, because your head's sort of going down, and he's hit it very firmly back, and he stuck out a right hand, and it just went straight in, and then just to make sure, his left hand went round the ball as well. So Tom Clark out there to replace Dan Hughes. 95 for 1. Extra slip comes in. Unsurprisingly, Lawrence goes into a 4th slip, really. In comes Fisher to Clark, and Clark's forward, playing this one out into the offside, and that rolls out there towards extra cover. But it was an innings of grabbing this morning by the scruff of the neck from Hughes, and anything that was slightly over pitched or off length he went after. But interestingly, he got into his rhythm, then Lawrence and Fisher have combined just to slow it down a touch, and now he's gone. Fisher's in to Clark. No, he's not. Hasn't let go of the ball. So he runs straight through. It's a good question, that, though, before that wicket. So Nicky Phillips. Nicky went on to play. He played here, and he went and played for Durham for a while. Keith and Mark Newell, and Mark now is on one of the first-class umpires.
Oh,
yes,
that's
on
correct.
On the circuit.
I think I've seen him on the circuit.
Lovely fella, Mark and Keith. So this one's left alone outside the off stump. And who else is there?
You're throwing some names.
There's a lad called Toby Pearce as well. I think he played a few games for Sussex. So there were a few around. And but actually the ones I always remember were like Matt Walker was playing for Kent.
That's right.
There were a few out there, but no, as I say, I spent a huge amount of time here, and sort of in the summer, the sun always seemed to be. I'm sure it wasn't, but the sun always seemed to be shining.
It was your happy place.
Exactly. As in comes Fisher forward, goes the left-handed Clark and plays this one out into the offside. So good over from Matt Fisher, wicket maiden, the wicket of Hughes. And Sussex 95 for 1. Clark yet to get off the mark. Haynes has 27. And of course we're here on BBC Radio Surrey and Sussex BBC London on the BBC Sport website. And of course now on your smart speaker, Isabel Duncan.
Oh, your smart speaker.
Yes,
you mean your Alexa type
just
thing?
ask BBC Sounds to play
Easy
Sussex
peasy.
versus Surrey day 1, and out it'll come.
Yeah, we're doing the ironing and
that's
washing
rather
up.
good.
Shout
exactly.
it out.
Absolutely.
Lawrence continues, still with his sweater on. He's in, all angular. And bowls, this is whipped away into the leg side. They'll only get a single for it as Haynes trickles through for 1. He goes on to 28. That brings Tom Clark, another left-hander, of course. I think we've identified 5 left-handers, haven't we, in the Sussex top order. He's just taking guard there.
I did see
Tom Clark.
I did see a tweet about the game here last week that 6 Toms were playing in the game between Sussex and Somerset. Has there ever been 6 Toms?
Tricky for the old commentators. I think we're going to have to use surnames here, aren't we? Clark facing. And here comes Lawrence. He comes forward there tentatively, Clark, but gets his nose over the ball, keeps the ball out, no run. 96 for 1. So he's been in amongst the runs, certainly against Warwickshire, Tom Clark. I think that was that opening match against Warwickshire for Sussex. Scored 140. He's crouched in his stance. Clark, Lawrence. Here he comes, arms and legs, bowls, and it's going to be a single here. That takes Clark off the mark. It's a shot at the stumps. The ball is taken there by Folkes. Doesn't hit. It's not a direct hit. It's quite a good take from Folkes, who's on the move. Takes that in the webbing. 97 for 1. They had to scamper and hurry for that one in the end. I think Clark just eager to get off the mark. Haynes now facing on 28. Good piece of fielding. Who fielded that? Was it Ollie Sykes? It was Ollie Sykes. Ollie Sykes is the new developing cricketer who's hot stuff in Surrey. And that gives it a real twirl there from Lawrence. They will go through for a single as it's pierced the ring. And it's got past the fielder there at extra cover. And another single is taken. So if Haynes goes on to 29, the score now 98 for 1. Sussex here, winning the toss, electing to bat. Looks like a good decision to me.
Yeah, it does at the moment.
On this yellowish pitch. It has got 14 millimetres of grass on it. Did I hear you say that, Churchy, earlier? Here he comes, right arm around, Lawrence bowling. Goes onto the back foot and drills that through the cover for a single. Clark, he goes on to 2. That man out there, Gus Atkinson, is sweeping on that short boundary in front of the clock tower.
It was Mr. Harms who said it was a
Mr. Harms.
14 millimetres of grass. You said,
I got that right.
14 minutes. He was out there with his tape measure.
Lizzie Ammon in the box.
Yes, indeed. Yes, he was out there with his tape measure.
He was.
Yep.
Man of precision, Adrian Harms. Lawrence again, floating that one up, and that's played with a deep respect by Haynes, who's on 29. So Sussex, 99 for 1 after 21 overs. And that run rate now dropping. It's dropped to below 5. Just getting some control. The fall of that Hughes wicket, and what a cracking wicket it was as well. Hughes out for 62, caught and bowled Fisher. Very sharp catch by Fisher on his follow-through.
Yes, and I think this combination of Fisher and Lawrence has done a job here for Rory Burns. We'll see Atkinson, we'll see Clark, we'll see Worrell again, but he just needed to calm it down. Just needed to get a bit of control back, did Rory Burns, and the combination of Fisher and Lawrence have given him that at the moment as Fisher continues to Clark, and Clark's letting this one go. Outside his off stump, Fisher operating from the Cromwell Road end. Coming down the slope is Matt Fisher.
Yes, I love hearing about your childhood. I always think, Churchy, that you had rather a golden, an only child. I think your parents doted on you. They were always ferrying you around, but they loved you dearly. They love you dearly.
Well, yes.
And, you know, the only child syndrome.
I'm sure they did.
The golden boy.
My dad was fairly competitive as a dad when I was playing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you played with your dad in the same
No,
cricket team?
I mean was, yeah. As in again comes Fisher. That beats the edge. That's nicely bowled by Fisher. Clark goes for a little wander towards square leg. Yeah, I knew if I hadn't done well, put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, but
This is turning into a therapy session now,
loved
isn't it?
him dearly. But there was a moment at about age 16 where we had to sit down and just have a chat.
Really?
Yes,
I
yes.
like that.
About yes. But no, he ferried me everywhere for games. And all the summer holidays seemed to be playing cricket for somebody. It really did. I'll vacate at the end of this over. Mr. Harms is coming into this chair. He may want me to a bit quicker than that. Have you got an update? Oh boy, right. So I'm going to vacate after that delivery. That Clark played very solidly out towards extra cover. Isabel Duncan will pick up the rest of this over. Adrian Harms will come back, and then I'll take over from Isabel Duncan.
Yeah. We'll play musical chairs in a moment.
Sorry, Churchy, I suddenly realised the time. I was nattering away to
Do you want to take
Lizzie
over
Ammon from
Lizzie
the
Ammon,
Times.
yes, you were catching up, weren't you?
Catching up on.
Do you want to take over here, or shall I?
You keep going, because I'll hear the.
Fisher, here he is, pummeling in and bowling. And whoa, there's a late leave there from Clark.
I did get an email actually, and as I say, my emails are playing up, which is really annoying because someone got in touch with the name of the groundsman. Churchy, that you were talking about. Who was the? Okay, right. Well, we'll find out. So I've tried rebooting, and very annoyingly, I'm sort of getting one email at a time coming up, which is just ridiculous.
You must have got an ancient laptop there.
Well, I don't think it is. I think
it's playing up.
I think it might be a systems issue. So which I've no idea how to fix. But anyway.
Here comes Fisher again, storming in. Oh, that kept very low. That's alarming for Clark. He shoulder arms again. He's quite flamboyant in the way that he shoulder arms. He's a big lad. That is absolutely skidded through, and a nice take there from Ben Folkes. 2 slips and a gully next to him. It's a little bit chilly out there because most of the players have still got their sweaters on. I always gauge the temperature from the amount of clothing the cricketers are wearing out there. 99 for 1 is the score as Fisher continues. He's having a good spell, Fisher. This will be his last.
I think he's bowled really well, and
he's picked up the only wicket so far, that of Hughes, who was looking dangerous. Hughes. Here he comes, right arm around, squares up nicely to that Clark, and there is no run. 99 for 1 is the score for Sussex.
Right, we're going to have a change around. Church is coming back in for Isabel, who will disappear with her notes in her green highlighter pen as well. Oh, here we go. Their update right on cue. I think Surrey have certainly stemmed the flow of runs here. Matthew Fisher's bowled extremely well. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Dan Lawrence, 5 overs, 0 for 17. And Sussex, who have got off to a flyer, but it's going to be Lawrence who comes in around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes, and Haynes cuts firmly out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. And there's one more. Yes, thank you, Mark. Well, it's been a good morning's cricket here, particularly for Sussex. You'll probably hear in the background the applause around the county ground because Sussex have just brought up the 100. They're 100 for 1. Tom Haynes on 30. Tom Clark is on 20. But really, innings of the morning coming from Daniel Hughes, the Australian. He batted beautifully. He made 62, including 10 fours, before he was very well caught and bowled by Matthew Fisher. So good morning's play here. Sussex on top at the moment. They're 100 for 1, and we're in the 23rd over of the morning. Lawrence back to his mark. In and bowls, and Clark. I thought for a moment, is that a no ball? It is a no ball. The ball bounces out into the offside, as there is no run, but it is a no ball, so the total advances by 2. 102 for 1. A leg slip is the only close field. That's an interesting fielding position. And now they put the long on back on the boundary edge. As in comes Lawrence, bowls, and that looks pretty out to me. It is out, absolutely plumb in front is Tom Clark. He looks disappointed. He drags himself But from here, that looked very out. Back on his stumps, hit him round about the knee roll, and Tom Clark is on his way. Double breakthrough for Surrey on the back of Daniel Hughes. All of a sudden, Sussex 102 for 2.
Yes, it's a clever piece of bowling that from Dan Lawrence, because you mentioned it. He very deliberately told Dan Worrell to get down to long on. Now, if you're Clark, you're thinking, if he's popped a man down there, I'm going to get a ball where I can either get on the front foot and just knock it down the ground, or one where I can just jump onto the back foot and knock it down the ground. It was the one on the back foot, but it was the one that went through quicker, and he was absolutely plumb there.
Yes.
It's a good bit of bowling that from Dan Lawrence. And the other interesting thing is Dan Worrell jogged straight across to Matt Fisher and shook him by the hand, because I think, you know, Fisher's made the breakthrough, but these two have combined very, very nicely for Rory Burns. But that was a nice bit of bowling from Dan Lawrence, and a nice bit of bluff as well. And Surrey will feel a bit happier about all this now.
Well, it certainly will, because 95 without loss has become 102 for 2, and the run rate has slowed considerably, because certainly Daniel Hughes got tucked into the early Surrey bowling, but Rory Burns made some changes. I think Matthew Fisher's bowled really well, actually. Coming down from Yorkshire at the end of last season. Saw him bowl last year up at Scarborough, actually, Churchy against Sussex, and good bowler.
Yeah, and I think Surrey will get the best out of him as well.
So, Lawrence coming into another left-hander, who is Tom Alsop. Another Tom who comes in and bowls, and Alsop is back cutting firmly out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. One more to the total, 103 for 2.
I was saying last week, I did like the stat that went round on the question of, we've got 6 Toms playing, and have there ever been more Toms in a first-class game?
Yeah, and someone got in touch, actually. I'll have to dig out the email. In comes Lawrence. Bowls. Well, Haynes a little uncertainly plays out into the offside, and there is no run. Isn't it amazing a difference a couple of wickets makes? Just to the whole feel of the game.
It certainly does.
Just that leg slip in place. Lawrence shines the ball on his trousers and is in again. Bowls, tosses that one up, and Haynes is solidly fought, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. End of the over, Haynes on 30, Alsop on 103 for 2. Very interesting watching Tom Haynes this year, Churchy, because I think in the past, I mean, Tom, I think it was his 13th first-class 100, so, you know, he's a player who's played, you know, all second division cricket, but I think by Tom's own admission, he would sometimes get 20 or 30 very stylishly and then get himself out. And I noticed last week against Somerset, he was very happy to concentrate, to get through the difficult stages, not play a rash shot. And very much that's the case this morning. It's just a different way. He'll attack when he can, but he's more watchful when he needs to be.
Well, and I think that's the difference with second division and first division cricket. Sort of pretty looking 50s and 60s probably aren't going to win you a game. It's the big hundreds, which Sussex have done this season already. As Fisher for the first time to Alsop, and Alsop pushes this one away into the offside, and there is no run.
And he's certainly someone, Churchy, who 2 or 3 years ago was, you know, he went on a Lions tour, so he's being spoken, I'm not saying for one moment he'd be opening the batting for England, but he's being spoken in circles of the Lions, that sort of thing, but he's rather fallen off the radar. But I think if he makes runs in the first division, certainly there's this Lions match coming up, a couple of games against India, I think, in early June, that, you know, Tom might well find himself in contention. Because it's not like we're blessed with openers who are scoring tons of runs. I mean, obviously Dominic Sibley being the exception to the rule.
Yes, he had a good week last week.
He did. And at Chelmsford, didn't he, the week before?
Yeah, 66 in the second innings. Alsop is forward again to Fisher. He plays this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not old-fashioned, but I do like the thought of a Dominic Sibley at the top of the order. You know, you're out in Australia, and you know Stark and Boland and Hazelwood and Cummins are coming at you. I quite like that idea.
Yes,
but I'm in the minority, I think.
I'm with you. I think, well, Sibley's a better player now than when he last played for England. No doubt about that whatsoever.
Yeah.
And he played beautifully last week. He really did. In comes Fisher again to Alsop. Alsop's playing this one straight back up the pitch. Fisher does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Because if you are picking a test side on how you're performing in the county championship, then he's in the side, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, I'm afraid that's not what happens.
No.
These days. So we're old-fashioned probably, but I still think there's a place for a solid, gritty, dirty opener in Test cricket, especially against that Australian attack. But as in comes Fisher, and this one's played into the leg side by Alsop, and it goes up towards mid. On the flip side of that is, if you're looking at Crawley, you know, one place it might suit his game is Australia, with the pitch is a bit quicker and a bit more bounce, and he can, you know, get on the up. And but I personally, I always like to have an opener who will score me filthy dirty runs when it's really tough. When it's really tough. Because the other thing that does is, if you've got a load of stroke makers, which England do have a lot, and Joe Root is probably the best player in the world at the moment with his record in terms of Test cricket. Oh, this one goes past the outside edge, beautifully bowled again by Fisher. Really into a lovely rhythm again. And Brooke and Stokes, etc. I still say though that it's good to have someone who, as I say, can score you horrible runs if need be. But that's not the way. That's not the way they go. And I think, you know, Crawley when he comes off is fantastic. Duckett's been great. Duckett's been absolutely terrific. I think Ollie Pope will freely admit he probably needs to score runs more consistently, but he's still a wonderful player. As Fisher's in, that's a nice shot from Alsop, and it's well stopped by Ryan Patel away to his left. Gets something on it, does Patel, and they will get back for two more to the total. 105 for 2. And the other thing I would say is it's a long summer. I know the Ashes are not that far away really, they're this year, but there's a long old summer, and there's the test against Zimbabwe and 5 tests against India. Now, heaven forbid, but you often find when you get to the end of the summer that someone may have broken a finger or something along those lines. I hope they pick a squad though that has replacement batter in it, that if someone does go down, there is someone who can slot in at the top of the order.
In comes Dan Lawrence from the C end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes, who works that to point and picks up a single. Does Tom Haynes some nifty footwork at Backwell Point, prevents more than a single. Haynes to 31, 106 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey. Adrian Harms, Mark Church and Isabel Duncan, your commentary team. We're sort of chewing the fat on matters England, as in comes Lawrence. Around the wicket, bowls, and Alsop defends out into the offside. And there is no run. Round of applause from Churchy there.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely, hasn't he, here, Dan Lawrence? And he's into his 7th over, 1 for 22. The other thing this will do is enable, if he wants to give Gus Atkinson or Clark or Warren a go before lunch, he's enabled Rory Burns to do that now.
Lawrence in bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Alsop is forward, plays to mid-on.
And actually Gus Atkinson looks like he's stretching, because Fisher's bowled beautifully. New batter in. Might just want a couple of overs of Gus Atkinson before lunch.
Yep. Comes Lawrence again. Bowls wide of the off stump and cut away firmly by Alsop. That's going to be a boundary. A little bit too easy, annoyed with himself.
Yeah.
Dan Lawrence, he kicks away at the crease. It was wide outside the off stump, and Alsop had been waiting for that, and he cut the ball away through Backwell Point for 4 runs. He goes to 7, 110 for 2.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled many bad deliveries, but that one was a bit too short, and it was nicely put away by Alsop.
Lawrence in again, bowls balls, and also batted again. This time he drives firmly straight to the fielder who's sweeping in front of the clock tower's scoreboard. And there is no. I don't know what the problem is with my emails, and we've had lots of emails in, and it's really irritating when I can't read them out. So some of them have come up and some of them haven't. So I apologise.
Yeah, I'm like you with computers.
So annoying. I think it's a BBC issue actually on this somewhere. In comes Lawrence bowls, and Haynes plays a little. It's a no ball actually from Dan Lawrence, who stands and looks at umpire Debenham as if to say, "Really? Was that a no ball?"
It's the second one he's bowled.
But he has been no-balled. Yeah, I think it's the system that's not picking them up, I think. So we'll try and get that rectified at lunchtime.
An outage.
Yeah, something.
That's what they call it, isn't it? There's been an outage, whatever that means, but there's been a systems outage. Ooh. Is Isabel Duncan been baking?
Collective ooh, as in comes Lawrence. Bowls on leg stump, clipped nicely by Allsop. It doesn't time it to square leg. There is no run. End of the for Haynes. I do apologise. 113 for 2. Haynes 31. Allsop on 8. The reason for the ooh, Churchy, is
a cupcake, an Easter cupcake. It's very nice, isn't it?
With 3 little Easter eggs on the top.
Thank you to Sussex for those.
Oh, you've got a little bunny rabbit on top of yours.
I've got a bunny rabbit on mine for Easter. A chocolate bunny rabbit.
I've got some eggs.
You've got some eggs.
Yeah.
Wow, that's very kind, isn't it? Lovely. And I've noticed as well that the grass, the icing, is green grass as well. So
green grass.
Very nice indeed.
You were right about the change, Churchy, I think.
Yes,
yes, it is, yeah.
And it makes sense because he'll get a couple before lunch. Coming down that slope, he's going to have Allsop on strike, but Fisher's bowled beautifully there. He really has. He's in a lovely rhythm at the moment. We saw it last week against Hampshire. Atkinson then down the slope and round the wicket, and Allsop's late on that. He is late on that. He's got a little inside edge. He's only just come to the crease. Now Atkinson bowled his first spell up the hill. Now he's got down the hill before lunch, and he can give it a good old go. Can Gus Atkinson, technical term that. Ollie Sykes is down to our left at deep third. Then there's the 2 slips in there. Torrance at cover point. There's extra cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and then the long leg as Atkinson is in to Allsop, and Allsop's pushing this one off the back foot out towards cover point, and there's no run.
Just finishing up on our sort of England conversation, Churchy. I mean, this is just me thinking that, you know, we're playing India and Australia, the 2 best sides in the world. If England don't do well in those 2 series, does that sort of question? I mean, we all like the exciting cricket, but does it just sort of slightly question the way that England play?
Yes, it does. And I think probably England know that as well, as Atkinson's in. And this is pushed off the back foot by Allsop. And there is no, don't get me wrong, they've played some exhilarating stuff. They really have. But I think it's a big summer. And I think it's a big winter. And what you don't want is get to Australia and it's not competitive.
Well, I'd imagine this fella Atkinson, they're going to wrap in cotton wool during this summer, because with so many injuries around the fast bowling group, they really do need to keep some of these bowlers fit, because Wood is obviously struggling. Ollie Stone's struggling now.
Yeah, they certainly do, as Atkinson's in, and Allsop's, again, a little late on this, because it's hit the toe end of his bat, but it's rushed away down to Ollie Sykes, and he will get a single. That'll be 1 more to the total, 114 for 2. Well, I was interested. I read an article on Crick Info.
Oh, thank you, Izzy.
And Sam Cook's been rested for this round.
Yeah.
I think Sonny Baker's been rested as well. I saw.
Oh, your chocolate rabbit's been pinched by Isabel Duncan, which is...
Well, I don't have a cake.
You have the cake as well. No, it's Easter as well. So you have the cake. As here's Atkinson, and Haynes is playing this one out into the offside.
There's a no ball.
Well, I'm not surprised, because he's coming down that slope.
Yeah.
So there's a chance that he will overstep now and again. 2 more to the total, 116 for 2.
Yeah, no, you're right, and I mean, nobody quite knows the situation with Joffre. Clearly, he's playing in the IPL, but you know, you'd have thought he's going to have to play some red ball cricket somewhere.
Here's Atkinson once more. Oh, now that is quick.
Did he lose that?
He certainly did, and he sort of just ducked into that, and that's hit him.
It's hit him on the helmet?
No, I think it was more on the shoulder, but it's hurried him up.
He did,
Haynes goes for a wander there, got himself in an awful tangle with that one. Well, that's just the extra pace of Gus Atkinson.
Yeah. Well, and that's why England will be wanting to making sure that he's fully fit to go to come November.
Yeah, and they've got to use him properly as well. As he's in once more, bouncer, and that one actually does loop, and that'll be wide because it was so high. It looped over Haynes, didn't it? He'd needed a trampoline to get anything on that.
When they say use him properly, what do you mean by that, Churchy?
Well, don't make him running and bowl short the whole time, and don't have this ridiculous enforcer thing. They haven't done it too much with him, so. But you've seen it break bowlers, haven't you? As Atkinson is in, and it's pushed off the back foot by Haynes, and there's no run. I remember Stuart Broad went through a patch of being the enforcer for England. And if you want to break a fast bowler, that is probably the best way to do it.
Yeah. Yes.
And where I think Atkinson's at his very best is where he's going back of a length. He can go full as well. Obviously, your lengths are different in Test cricket than Championship cricket, and then the bouncer, where I was saying to Izzy, there's no change in his action whatsoever, but it's quick. But if he's running in and bowling that the whole time, everyone works it out.
Yes.
So I think they've got to use him properly, and whether he plays every test against India, we'll wait to see. Whether you give him a bit of a break and have him fresh for Australia.
The scoreboard has momentarily disappeared, but it's Darren Lawrence. Oh, yeah, we're back on again. 117 for 2. Lawrence comes in and bowls to Alsop, who nudges that onto the onside to square leg, and there is no run. The Cakes, by the way, were indebted to, I think it's Jack Williams, who's new to the media team here, and he's endearing himself to the commentary team.
Jack,
and it's
you keep doing that, my friend, you'll be chief executive by the
You will. It's
season.
It's Jack's partner, Jessica, who's made the cakes.
They are.
So
they
thank you.
Spectacular.
Yeah.
Jack's done that very well, can he? That's good work from Jack, isn't it?
Shout out to Jessica. In comes Lawrence. Bowls, also defends down the track, no run. So he's a very welcome addition to the team.
What he's done cleverly there is Jessica has made the beautiful cakes, and then Jack has arrived with them and gone, look. That's one way to endear yourself, isn't it? He's done that very well.
Lawrence, probably this, we'll maybe get another, we'll certainly get one more over after this. As forward comes Alsop, plays into the offside, no run.
No, Jack and Jessica, thank you very much indeed. The most impressive thing I think with that is the green grass.
Yes, yeah. Some sort of icing on top of the cake, which looks very impressive. In comes Lawrence, bowls, Alsop defends onto the onside, no run. Possibly Jack is feeling guilty because, as I say, last week we got a lovely chocolate cake made by Margaret Givens me over in the museum.
When you were opening the museum, I'm very proud of you with that story.
Went into the press box and they ate the lot. I didn't get a crumb of the chocolate cake.
Well, there is that as well.
Lawrence in, bowls, forward comes Alsop, bat and pad close together, plays that into the offside, there is no run.
I am very proud of you with that. That's fantastic. I did say that with me and some of our colleagues, we'd have been in exhibit, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I'm not far off, Churchy.
In the museum.
The old years tumble by. In comes Lawrence. The sun is with us. It's a lovely into the morning's play. Oh! Now that looked like it turned to Tom Alsop. Now, I don't know if there was a little nick on that. Ben Folkes, there's no slip in place. There's a leg slip. Ben Folkes went diving across it. I don't think it was a chance, but I reckon that turned a little bit, you know.
It's nicely bowled again. It really is.
118 for 2, and I think we'll get one more. I think we might get 2 more overs before lunch.
Yeah, I think if Surrey could nick another one before lunch, it'd be Surrey's morning. I think it is worth remembering that in the 20th over, and they just slowed it down, but Sussex were 95 without loss. So now we're in the 27th, it's 118 for 2, but they were flying. Hughes was flying, but then Rory Burns found his combination of Lawrence and Fisher. And now he's got Gus Atkinson before lunch, coming in over the wicket to Alsop, and Alsop gets a short delivery. He's just lost his footing there a touch, I think, and that's turned by Alsop into the leg side, and he will pick up a single. So yes, I think it's a case of this. If someone's got pace, everybody gets very excited, quite rightly, but then you don't want them. Where Jofra was, when Jofra in that Ashes series, where Jofra was so effective, was, yeah, he had that battle with Steve Smith, and it gets the crowd going, but also, you know, Jofra is that back of a length, knocking stumps out the ground, getting players caught at slip, as driving is Haynes up towards mid-off, and there is no run. And everybody will remember that battle with Steve Smith, and then Labuschagne came out, and it's exhilarating, and I enjoy it as much as anybody. Running in and short bowling and keepers taking the ball off it, but you can't do it every test. As Atkinson is in, and that just turns Haynes around a touch, but he's overstepped the mark again, so that'll be the slope as much as anything, and that'll be 2 more to the total.
I was interviewed. John Snow was down here towards the end of last season.
He was a proper bowler.
Yeah, and I just started, and I was saying, you know, do you think you have to have a battery of bowlers bowling 90 miles an hour to win in Australia? And he said no.
Absolutely not.
He said, you know, there are other ways to win.
Definitely. Got to score enough runs to start off with. As in comes Atkinson. Ooh, Haynes has had a drive, and again that little bit of extra pace, thick inside edge onto his front pad, and it potters down into the slip cord. Yes, it's all well and good going on about all the fast bowlers, but A, you've got to have them, B, they've got to be fit, and also you've got to score enough runs in a test match to make it competitive. So, well, you look at bowlers that have had success in Australia. They're not all out and out quicks. Atkinson in, and solidly in behind this goes Haynes and plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Isn't one of the games going to be a pink ball test?
Yes. So, but now you would think as well with that, we all have seen enough of floodlit pink ball cricket that you know, that's where the ball does do a bit under the lights as well, doesn't it? So that's where your Jimmies and Wokeses etc. come into play. But yes, I don't think you need to have a battery of 4 out and out quicks. Not many places do, apart from the West Indies in the 80s, as this one's pushed off the back foot by Haynes. He's timed this beautifully. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Haynes, and he's split backward point and cover point, and it's away for 4. Haynes moves on to 35, 125 for 2. If you had drawn a line from the middle of Haynes's bat to the cover point boundary rope, it would have been a straight line off that shot. It's a super shot.
Yeah,
perfectly timed, minimum of fuss and bother, and away for 4 runs. Atkinson in. Haynes, that's not great. There's a flash at one that bounces at him. Feet didn't really go anywhere. So we want to get another one in before lunch. They're moving around pretty quickly. So I think we will get one more in at 125 for 2, Sussex.
And that was kind of what I was alluding to with Tom Haynes a little earlier on. That just sometimes loses concentration, plays a poor shot and gets out, and he could so easily have got out then.
But that's the other thing that I'm saying about you can't have 4 out, but that's what the extra pace of Atkinson does, is it makes you playable you don't really want to be playing at.
Final over before lunch, but he's batted well, Tom Haynes, this morning. He's on 35. In comes Lawrence, bowls to Alsop, who plays elegantly through the offside, picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. One more to the total. It goes to 126 for 2, Alsop to 12. I think I would say at lunchtime to Isabel and Churchy, get down to get your lunch sharpish, because there will be a big queue. So I would
leave it a bit later, and then
or
the
leave it a
queue
little
would have
later.
gone down.
Yes, one or t'other. Either go early or late.
Go early.
Because there will be a queue.
Go.
In comes Lawrence again, bowls, punched by Haynes into the covers, no run.
It's been a fascinating morning for me, this. On a pitch that's a very good pitch. Sussex off to an absolute flyer. And then Surrey just pulling it back before lunch.
Lawrence again, who's in his 9th over. Bowls, Haynes is forward, plays to mid-wicket, no run. He's bowled very nicely, Dan Lawrence, 1 for 31 in his 8.5 overs.
Yeah, cracking opening session, this.
Still that leg slip in place, no slip in place for the left-handed Haynes, who's on 35, waits as Lawrence is in, bowls and clips this from, well, timing, about leg stump, fielded at mid-wicket, there is no run. The sun is out, there's lots of blue sky around now. Wouldn't it be lovely if we get a full day's cricket, Churchy?
Well, the forecast I saw was it was going to rain overnight.
Yeah, well,
rather than during the day.
Once again, in and bowls, forward comes Haynes down the offside of the track, no run.
Which is the best time for the rain to come, because, you know, the gardens need rain, don't they? But you don't want to be stood in it.
No.
And you know, we could do with a bit of rain around cricket grounds as well, but not while we're playing.
No,
So if it comes tonight, that's the best for everybody. It's best for all concerned.
It's been quite interesting the way that Rory Burns marshals his troops. He's not slow to change things around, is he? And obviously a big part of Surrey's success over the last 3 seasons. He's moved himself in now to almost a silly mid-on position. In comes Lawrence, bowls, and Haynes plays straight to him, and there is no run. So that's the end of the morning session. Terrific session as well. Sussex going to lunch on 126 for 2. As Churchy was saying, they started off like a train with Daniel Hughes and Tom Haynes. They got to 95 before Daniel Hughes was very well caught and bowled by Matthew Fisher for 62. Tom Clark followed just 7 runs later, LBW to Dan Lawrence. And he was plumb in front. Tom Haynes has batted through the session. He's played very nicely as Tom Haynes, showing good patience. He goes to lunch on 35. I think it just disappeared off the scoreboard. Tom Alsop is on 12. I think it's been a good session of cricket, Churchy.
Terrific, yeah. And what was so good about it was Sussex took it by the absolute scruff of the neck at the start. Surrey took a little bit of time to react, but when they did, Rory Burns found his combination of Lawrence and Fisher, picked up a couple of wickets. So, yeah, if it continues like this, it's going to be very good stuff. Especially as Surrey will have a chat during lunch about how they go about it, and I think they'll come out and be better than they were before lunch with the ball. But yeah, Hughes took it by the real scruff of the neck with his 62. But yeah, I've really enjoyed this morning's cricket.
Just very quickly, the emails have popped up again. Rob Hayward has been in touch. Hello, Rob. He says the groundsman was Peter Eaton.
There you go.
Yeah, he says his wife Jackie worked in the shop in the old wooden nets.
Yeah, that's right. And that's where we used to go for nets.
You never know who's listening.
Lovely.
And a couple of other ones. Stuart Glover got in touch from Laos to say Happy New Year. We're celebrating the new year here. I was in Bangkok celebrating with my family, but managed to sneakily watch Sussex beat Somerset on my iPhone in between beer and pouring water over everyone. Good to see Sussex getting off to a good start today. Sorry if you've sent some emails in and I haven't read them. We've had a few problems, but it seems to be working now, so fingers crossed. But from Churchy and I, thank you all for listening. We're going to go and have a spot of lunch and be back with you in good time for the resumption of play at about 20 to 2.
Open at the northeast stadium entrance, offering a wide range of piggy-pie sausage rolls and the like, along with alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks, beers and soft drinks. We have a new burger bar serving delicious smash burgers, pies, chips and sandwiches, as well as soft drinks. alongside there is Mr. Whitby ice cream van, all situated behind the Web Trends Optimised Shark stand in the southwest corner of the stadium. We also have a visiting Greek food stall calling itself Hide and Greek. So if you fancy some Greek food, you might see them too behind their main stand at the southwest corner of the stadium. Reminder too that the editor of the Cricketer magazine, Hugh is signing copies of his new book, The Final Test, in the museum this lunchtime. The book price is £15 and cash payment is preferred. It discusses first-class cricket's battle for survival. So why not pop along and see Hugh in the museum, which is situated next door to the Morris Tate Gate behind the main pavilion. Just a reminder too that the club is delighted to announce that our very own Six's Social Cricket Interactive Nets facility is now open to the public and is also located behind the Web Trends Optimised Shark stand. The nets are free to use for all valid ticket holders for the first 3 days of this match. The Sharks are back this summer and set to attack the T20 Vitality Blast competition led by our captain Tamal Mills. Tickets for all 7 home matches are now on sale at an early bird price until the 7th of May. Match and ticket information, including double header matches, is available on the club website, also at the club box office, or by calling us on 01273 827 100. Once again, a very warm welcome to home at the First Central County Ground. We hope you're enjoying your day with us, and it's a pleasure to host you this Easter weekend.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
It's going to be Atkinson from the Cromwell Road end, and the first ball after lunch is wide outside the off stump. Allsop has nothing to do with it. He wanders off towards square leg. The sun's out as well now. I had a little stroll round. It's still quite chilly, but at least the sun is out. That's good to see the sun. There's a lot of talk of different forecasts, so I think we'll wait to see. You've had your lunch already. You went with cheeseburger and chips, and it looked magnificent.
I do. I'm feeling a bit stuffed. Queued up in the shade, and it was chilly, but nice cheeseburger.
As round the wicket goes Gus Atkinson to the left-handed. Allsop lets this one go off a goodish length. Outside his off stump. Alan Gardner, he of Crick Info fame, is away to our right. He went for the American burger, which I think has everything on it. I think he went all in.
So I got the crispy
today.
bacon.
I think he went
buffalo wings.
I think he went all
has
in.
Has it got the whole lot in
I
it?
think it has. So
must be a tower.
He's in fine fettle, and he's a fine figure of a man anyway. But I saw him, and he said he'd gone all in, both feet.
And plus fries.
Yeah,
Don't forget
plus
the fries.
He was waist deep in American burger. As Atkinson into Allsop, he's punching off the back foot. Ollie Sykes tumbles across to his left to do the fielding, and there is no run. Gorgeous atmosphere around the ground as well. So really nice to be back at Hove. I bumped into a lovely gentleman who was telling me it's 15 years since Surrey had a championship game here. So I think everybody's aware of how long it has been since Surrey were here playing championship cricket. And as that first session went, been worth the wait actually, because I thought it was a terrific session of cricket. It really was. As Gus Atkinson runs towards us. Into Allsop he is, and Allsop hurried up a touch by that one, plays it off the back foot. There's no run. Bruce Talbot's had his lunch as well, so he's all ready for an afternoon of writing. Away to our right. He's a bit like a detective, is Bruce, because he's got his notebook and his
black
pen.
notebook, yeah.
So he's going to start making his notes before solving the crime this evening. Mr. Harms very sensibly is donning his huge football manager's coat away to our left-hand side.
Yes.
He's going to go and give some instructions to the bench as Allsop waits again and then plays this one down into the turf almost behind him. Oh, Gus Atkinson's overstepped again. Bit of this from Gus Atkinson before lunch down the slope. So those are our first runs after lunch. No ball signal. 128 for 2. 2 slips in there. Sibley at first, Pope at second, Sykes way at backward point. And then down to our right, getting himself ready to bowl again, is Dan Worrell at long leg. Deep backward square as well, which is Matt Fisher. Atkinson is in. Allsop's on the back foot once again. Punches out towards cover. Up comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. And there is no run. I remember Dan Worrell against Middlesex a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. He said himself, I wasn't right in that first session and I was really cross with myself. And he came back after lunch and took 6 for spit, I think it was. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes after lunch today. Dan Worrell. He's already taken off his jumper, ready for the next over. As Atkinson's in, Allsop's playing this one solidly off the back foot. So just the no ball in that over. 2 more added. We're underway after lunch. Sussex 128 for 2, Allsop 12, and Haynes has 35.
Yeah, he went for a bit of tap, didn't he, earlier on? We saw that, 0 for 27 off 3 overs, and Rory Burns took him off and then juggled his bowlers quite well in the end, focusing very much on Fisher and Lawrence. It's a good combination, as you pointed out, Mark Church. That worked really well with those two together and regained a bit of control. But it was that spurt of runs to begin with, and it was just running away from them a bit, with Sussex scoring very quickly at 6 and over.
Well, I think have they not managed to do that? If Surrey were to pick up 3 quickly now after lunch, all of a sudden this first day looks totally different. But had Hughes continued the way he was going, you know, Hughes could have had 100 before lunch, I think.
Yeah.
He was going that well, but then they just pulled it back and he was caught and bowled by Fisher.
So here is Worrell as he bustles in and bowls right on the stumps. That's flicked away, and they should only get a single for it as Haynes scampers through for 1. He gets on to 36 now. 129 for 2. So we'll see what, as you say, well, he's probably had a word with himself at lunchtime. He's got high standards, he's Australian, he wants to put this right, put these figures right anyway, going at 9 and over at the moment. And we know he can do a lot better than that. He's strong and broad, and gets a bit of bounce as well. I don't know, he must be way over 6 foot. What do you reckon he is, 6'4"?
Yeah,
he's tall.
He's a big fella.
Pumping those arms as he runs away from us. Worrell is in and bowls, and it's outside the off stump. A flamboyant leave there by Tom Alsop, who's on 12.
I've often said this about Dan Worrell since he got to Surrey. So I'd seen him bowl for Gloucestershire, and yeah, good bowler. But at Surrey, I did not realise what his skill set was like and what a good bowler he is. And he's a fantastic bowler, he really is. But you know, he wasn't quite at his best this morning. Hughes was good enough to just jump on anything that was slightly over-pitched.
Worrell again, coming around the wicket. Right time around. Well, that's beaten the bat. There's a little tickle at that. Doesn't find the bat, though, Alsop. Good take from Folkes. And just bent the back a little bit more there. A bit more pace. So he's now English, isn't he? He's eligible for England.
He is.
He's earned that. He's got a British passport. He's probably got a parent then, a mum or a dad.
Yeah,
maybe a grandparent.
It's
British.
interesting. I personally would love to see him playing for England, but I don't think it will happen. I just don't think they'll go down that route.
Once again, he bustles in Worrell, and that's a good-looking forward defensive there from Alsop, showing us the maker's name.
Interestingly, elsewhere, wickets tumbled this morning in Division 1. Essex 94 for 4 against Worcestershire. Somerset 94 for 6 against Hampshire. Yorkshire 77 for 2 against Durham. Warwickshire, must have been some rain, 34 for 2 in the 10th over against Nottinghamshire. So Somerset 94 for 6.
Worrell again, steaming in, bowling. Just hurrying the batter a little bit there, Alsop. He keeps that out, goes onto the back foot. Bit of bounce. 129 for 2, Sussex, straight after lunch.
And James Fuller playing in that. What's also interesting in that is, as we were saying, is that young Sonny Baker, who we saw last week, rested. So yeah, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. He could make a test debut against Zimbabwe.
Worrell steaming in and bowling. That's gone to the leg side, just in front of square. It's a clip off the legs there from Alsop. He'll get a single. There's a man sweeping out there at deep mid-wicket. And Sussex go on to 130 for 2. And Alsop steals the strike. He's on 13, Haynes on 36. 31 overs have bitten the dust so far today. But only 2 wickets down, Sussex.
Division 2, Gloucestershire 108 for 3 against Kent, who won their first 2 games under Adam Hollyoake. Derbyshire 125 for 3 against Northamptonshire. Glamorgan 94 for 1 against Middlesex. And Lancashire are 61 for 3 against Leicestershire. So those are all your scores for you. As Atkinson continues from the Cromwell Road end, coming into Alsop, who's pushing this one down towards backward point. Sykes gets round to do the fielding, and there is no run. So yes, Somerset 94 for 6. It's raining now in Southampton. So fingers crossed that's not coming anywhere near us.
Does it come from Southampton? Because Southampton is west of us, way west of us.
It depends which way the wind's blowing, I suppose, and it's difficult to tell that from the flags. I can see that it's going right to left across the ground, but I can't work out where Southampton is. As in round the wicket goes Atkinson. It's short and it's cut for 4 by Alsop, despite a diving Ollie Sykes. Bit short, bit wide from Atkinson, and Alsop's on top of that and cracks it away for our first boundary after lunch. And Alsop moves on to 17, and Sussex move on to 134 for 2.
Yeah, patchy weather around the country. We've definitely got away with it here. I can't believe how much sunshine we're getting and blue skies.
Well, we've been blessed, haven't we, for the first 2 weeks of the season with good weather. Atkinson's in. How does he respond? Goes Fuller of length, and Alsop's forward and plays this one up to Rory Burns at mid-off. So yes, Ollie Pope at second slip and Sibley at first slip are both with the sunglasses on. Wally Sykes has got his perched on top of his cap in there at that backward point region. But yeah, when the wind blows, it is chilly. Dan Lawrence looks a little cold to me. Down to our left-hand side in his long sleeve sweater, hands in his pockets as Atkinson's in. Allsop's turning this one into the leg side. I think that's come off his thigh guard. Up comes Dan Worrell. It's not a long boundary leg side for the left-hander, with the bowler coming in from the Cromwell Road end. The leg by is the signal. One more to the total. Haynes comes back on to strike on 36, but I can't remember a better 2 weeks of weather for the first 2 rounds of Championship cricket.
Opening.
Normally, by now, we haven't seen any cricket. Or if we have, it's been very bitty.
And hailstones. We've had hailstones, haven't we?
Snow.
Snow up in Durham.
Lightning. In comes Atkinson. Oh, now that does bounce. It's another no ball, though, from Gus Atkinson. But Haynes played that pretty well. But that did get big on him. But again, he's overstepped the mark as Gus Atkinson. Coming down the hill. So it'll be 2 more to the total. 137 for 2.
It's a shame there's not a speedometer in the ground. I always love looking at a speedometer and just saying, you know, you can see the varying of pace as well. Because when you're behind the bowler's arm, you don't really appreciate the speed. You appreciate it square on.
Yes.
It'd be nice to see if he is bowling, you know, in the 90s or not.
He's in once more to Haynes. That's a bounce. So Haynes ducks underneath it, taken by Folkes. Moving away to his right-hand side. He'd have struggled this morning on the motorway to get up to speed. Speed restrictions everywhere this morning.
Oh.
Yes.
I flew down the A3.
Did you really?
Yeah.
How lovely.
No, hang on, I didn't come on the A3. What am I talking about? I'm thinking of
I
Portsmouth.
wondered which
I
way
came
you
down
were
the
going.
A23.
Right.
Yeah.
Ah.
But cross country, and I hit the A23 lower down.
M25 was 50 miles an hour everywhere.
Oh,
this
I didn't go
morning.
anywhere near the M25.
As in comes Atkinson as the wing gets up, and this one's pushed by Haynes out into the offside. End of the over, 137 for 2. Allsop 17, Haynes 36. I'm sure, though, in the past, the one I always loved was when Sherbachter in that World Cup game against Nick Knight, he bowled a ball that Knight just stood up on his toes, right in behind it, popped it out into the offside. Nobody really noticed anything, and then all of a sudden up on the body he was 100 and something miles an hour, and there was a huge round of applause and everything. But Nick Knight seemed to have all the time in the world to whether they just cranked it up a bit just to get the crowd going.
Yeah, good old Nick Knight and his lovely blonde hair. I mean,
Good
totally
player.
unflustered.
Good player, Nick Knight.
Because Shoaib Akhtar would have followed it up with a few words as well. That would have been very Shoaib Akhtar.
Without that, I think he was just more delighted that the 100 mile an hour came up. It's a good first ball from Worrell on this the C end.
Yes, I faced Shoaib Akhtar once. And I was playing in a charity game for the Bunburys. If you remember the Bunburys, David English.
Yes.
They toured around all over the place. We went up to Cambridgeshire somewhere. We had to play Lashings. So Lashings versus Bunburys, and there was Shoaib Akhtar. And he saw me come in, he said, oh, it's a girl, I'll bowl sort of loopy things. I said, oh, please don't bowl loopy things at me. I can't get them off the square. So he then bowled full throttle and uprooted my stumps.
Yeah, he was quick.
As he comes in, Worrell, and that is left alone. Gone down the leg side. Good take from Ben Folkes, who leaps to his right there very athletically. Left alone by Allsop. Yeah, 137 for 2. I wasn't very impressed, I must say. In close quarters with Shoaib Akhtar.
Oof.
Very lippy as well. It's just a charity game, you know.
Well, he's the only person that's ever come up to me when he played for Surrey and said, "You're now going to interview me."
Is that what
and
he
I
said?
was, oh, okay, lovely.
Charming. He said, sorry, I'm washing my hair.
Yeah.
Worrell, pump those arms in and bowls.
Well,
Whoa, and just takes evasive action there. He's working hard, Ben Folkes, but takes evasive action well in the end, Allsop. He's trying to jab it in short and get it up in the rib cage of Allsop, but he's dodging the bullets at the moment. Poor old Ben Folkes, though, he's diving all over the place.
Well, that was well bowled and well played. Allsop played that very, very well.
He watched it to the last minute.
It kept following him. That was the thing. But he managed to sway out the way of it. But this is good stuff from Dan Worrell at the moment.
I think Dan Worrell is channeling the anger pretty well here. Here he is, swooping in. And bowls. This time it's a bit wider of off stump and tries to get onto the back foot. Doesn't time it, Allsop, but does get on top of it and keeps it on the ground nice and safe. No run. Yeah, it's an interesting over.
So dear old Chubb, yeah, he came up. And I remember his debut for Surrey. Mark Ramprakash was captain. So it was against Hampshire. And you remember how long his run was. So
Such a shame.
It was sort of back end of his career, obviously. And his first delivery was rapid off that long run.
Here's Worrell with a medium-sized run. He's in bowls. Whoa, that has well and truly beaten the bat there of Allsop. He's really mixing it up here, Worrell.
Worrell. This is what...
Getting movement off the seam.
Yeah, this is Worrell now. Very, very good bowling. And so his first ball was rapid. And then he walked all the way back to the top of his mark. And to say he got progressively slower and it took him longer to get back. And Mark Ramprakash was captain. I think Surrey was something like -4 on the over
I was about to say,
lunch.
look at the over rate.
And you could just see Ramprakash thinking, how long is this going on for?
Right arm around comes Worrell. He's all steamed up and plays that well, Allsop. Gets everything behind it and keeps it out. 1-3-7 for 2. That was a pretty tidy over there from Worrell, Dan Worrell. Yeah, interesting stories about Shy Bakhtar's. A little bit full of himself. Puffed the old chest out. We've all come across him. We've all seen him play.
On his day, though.
But electric on his day, yeah. In his prime.
Rapid. Genuinely rapid. But yes, it did take longer and longer for him to get to the top of his mark. Because Gus Atkinson from the Cromwell Road end. And this is a short ball pushed into the offside and there's no run. One of the quickest spells of bowling I have ever seen live was Mohammed Akram, who played for Surrey, but he was playing for Essex in this game. Back at the Kia Oval against Surrey, and live it was one of the quickest spells I've ever seen, and he knocked Surrey over in no time whatsoever. But God dear, and there is just something so exhilarating as long as you're not facing it.
It's exactly, it's a tail ender.
Yep, as Atkinson is in. Now that's hit the helmet of Haynes. He's ducked straight into that. I think that's hit the crasher. No, it's hit the bat. My apologies, because it's signalled 4. Was that signalled leg byes 4, or I thought it hit the crash helmet?
I didn't think he played a shot.
So
it just came off his body.
Well, signalled 4, and those runs have gone to Haynes. That's interesting.
I think there's going to be a discussion.
Oh,
here,
well, there's going to be a
discussion.
It's going to be a concussion, because I was sure that went straight off the crash helmet. But it was, I didn't see a leg, maybe I missed the leg in the air and just saw the signal of 4, but they're going to have to. I thought that went straight off his crash helmet as if he was nodding it into the top corner. So quite rightly, they have to do the old concussion test with him and check the helmet and all that good stuff. But it was a good quick delivery from Gus Atkinson.
I think that must have gone down as leg byes. With extras ticked on, there are now 24.
Well, it's definitely gone up on the board, 141 for 2.
So Cricinfo has stopped giving us ball by ball. You know, they used to give us the runs and the dots, because you could immediately go back and look at that and you would know what was going on.
Yes, indeed.
But they've stopped doing it.
Ah, there you are.
As far as I can see, on the live.
Well, to be fair, he wouldn't be going through all of this if it hadn't hit him straight.
Well, exactly.
On the
So I think
helmet.
there must have been a leg that went up there and was tapped by Mr. Pollard, isn't it, at the other end?
Yeah, I didn't see it, but they're just checking he's all right. He's got through the concussion protocol, and the physio, as always, is just having a discussion with our umpires. But it was a good, quick delivery from Gus Atkinson. It's been much better from Surrey after lunch. Here is Mr. Harms. He's back. He's got himself a pie. Well done.
So you can go to the far end.
Yes.
But no fries.
No fries with your pies. As Atkinson, what does he follow this up with? Another back of a length delivery that Haynes gets in behind, plays it very solidly out into the offside. So Haynes on 36, Allsop on 17, 141 for 2. Sussex 15 added by Sussex since lunch. Surrey better after lunch than they were first thing this morning with the ball.
So has Haynes been rattled by that, having been struck on the helmet? Certainly wasn't hurt, but sometimes it can rattle you psychologically. That's the general idea.
Waits again as Atkinson is into him, and he's driving. Good looking shot. That's a lovely bit of cricket from Haynes. And that just shows he's thinking clearly. Atkinson just went a bit fuller of length, and Haynes lent on that. It beat the dive of Ryan Patel, and it's over the boundary rope and away for 4. So Haynes moves on to 40 now, and Sussex move on to 145 for 2. Rory Burns has had to go and retrieve the ball, the Surrey captain, so he comes jogging back, underarms it to Gus Atkinson. Atkinson now into his 8th over, his first proper bowl of the summer, of course. He's into Haynes, is driving again. Oh, and Ryan Patel's gone straight over the top of it again. I think he's got something on it this time though, Ryan Patel, to his credit, and they will pick up a couple more because he's taken a bit of pace off that as Ryan Patel. So 2 more to the total, 2 more to Haynes.
Well, he's definitely a man in touch, Haynes. He does look calm, and he's really compact in the way that he plays his cricket and organised. And did he get 141, didn't he, versus Somerset in that last game at home last week? Only last week, just a few days ago.
Well, he looks to me like he knows his game, Haynes. If he's doing this role now, and he looks like he knows his game. As another short one, which he ducks underneath from Gus Atkinson, taken by Folkes. Away to his right, end of the over, 147 for 2. Then Sussex Allsop 17, Haynes 42, and it's going to be Dan Worrell to continue from this C end of the ground. His captain's coming wandering up for a bit of a natter about everything with him. Burns sporting a pair of very modern sunglasses under his white floppy sun hat. It's his testimonial this year, Rory Burns. So it's his, and I genuinely cannot think of anybody who deserves one more. 4 championship titles as captain. He's got a gate named after him.
Right, Worrell again. He's all muscle, he's in and bowls, and that's defended well. That's his nose over the ball there, Allsop. It's thoroughly deserved for Rory Burns. They don't dish out that many testimonials these days, do they? I don't know when the last one was for Surrey.
Ricky Clark got one.
Ricky Clark,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good all-rounder, Ricky Clark.
But yeah, 4 championship titles, and he only took over the captaincy in 2017. So it's a phenomenal record, really.
Worrell skipping away from us in and bowls, and crab-like to that one. Also gets behind it, make sure that ball doesn't get through. 147 for 2 here, Sussex, as they accumulate after lunch.
Do you know,
lunch 126.
I was lucky enough to be asked to MC his dinner, his opening dinner, so I had to come up with questions about Rory Burns for Heads or Tails. I've got, even though I say it myself, and it's I found a really good one, which I'm going to put out here, and if people want to give it an answer, they can. I'm looking at Adrian Harms.
Worrell again, pumping arms. An attempt to drive, but missed time there this time by Allsop for no run.
This is the question. Rory Burns, of course, opened the batting for England. How many opening partners did he have in his England career, which may happen again, but I think it was 34 tests. So how many opening partners did Rory Burns have, and who were those opening partners? There you are, you see.
Yeah, we'll let Adrian Harms answer that one when he comes
well,
back
we'll throw it out there to the listening public.
Worrell bustling in, bowling from that C end. Oh, he's been struck on the helmet. Poor old Allsop. It's Allsop this time, but he's okay. But of course, we're going to have a pause in play. This is what happens. There's a procedure that we have to follow here. He is fine. He's on his feet. He's not hurt. It's that the helmet's taken the blow rather than any part of the body. And we're going to have another little scurry on the field of exchange helmet. I think you have to immediately change your helmet, don't you? It's a bit like a motorcycle helmet if you have an accident.
That one was a vicious delivery, because we saw one the previous over that he swayed inside because it kept following and following him. That one just kept following, and there was no way of getting out the way of it. So great delivery, aggressive stuff from Dan Worrell, and the physio will go through all these bits and pieces again with Allsop to make sure he's okay, but it's a horrible delivery because he was trying to get out the way of it and it just kept following him. And yeah,
he's a brave man.
I think Allsop will have been a little shaken up by that one. He'll be saying he's fine and they'll be going through all the questions and they're testing the helmet, but I think that one would have shaken him up a bit. It's a cracking delivery from Worrell. Really aggressive stuff from Worrell.
But you're right about him having a word with himself and getting angry with himself. And he's come out a new man.
Yeah, well,
after lunch.
Yeah.
He's all pumped up. He's channeling the anger. These are legal balls, of course. That was a real snorter. It's just hit Allsop on the side of the head. But he's absolutely fine, I will confirm.
Well, they won't be feeling as comfortable, Allsop and Haynes, as Haynes and Hughes were at the start this morning. Oh, right, yes. So Mr. Harms has his update at 10 past. So what I might do is, you pick up here, Isabel.
Okie dokie.
And then I will move out for Mr. Harms to come in here. I'll come back at 2:30. Yes, it makes perfect sense.
Musical chairs up here. It's a good time for musical chairs because we have a pause in play after Allsop received a blow to the helmet from the angry Worrell, who's channeling that anger into the sort of ribs of Allsop, and it followed him all the way. But he's absolutely fine, Allsop, and they've done all the checks now that they need to do. I'd imagine they probably swapped the helmet as well as he's been struck. And Worrell will continue. He's only got 2 balls left of this over. Worrell, he's got his tail up. And psychologically, we'll see how much damage has been done to this duo, Allsop and Haynes. They've both been struck now.
Well, you guys described it perfectly, but it was a horrible delivery, wasn't it? Does he bowl another short one?
Shortish. In he comes. This time it didn't quite lift, but Allsop was well and truly ready for that. He in fact got down on one knee as if he was being knighted.
Yes.
But certainly watched the ball as it whizzed past his nose.
Yeah. And that's the key. I mean, it's all very well for me to say I'd be turning my head, but that's the worst thing you can do. Is you just got to watch the ball if you've. Well, that was a nasty blow that Tom Allsop took.
It is the gremlin in the head now of Allsop. I mean, Haynes, I have to say, to his credit, handled it extremely well after he was hit. I think he hit the next ball for 4, didn't he? It was pitched up and crashed it through the covers. Allsop continues to face. He's on 17. The score's 147 for 2. Worrell, ball in hand, running away from us at the C end. Bowls, and it's wideish outside the off stump. It's a good-looking leave there from Allsop. It's an end of an over. There'll be a sigh of relief that another over is over of Worrell's. But then, of course, Atkinson at the other end was the man to commit the blow to Haynes. So there's trouble at both ends there.
Well, it's been a fascinating day's play, isn't it? With the way you think Hughes and Haynes set off this morning, and then some good bowling changes by Rory Burns, just drying the runs up 2 wickets, and since lunch it's been tough going for Sussex. What have they had? Is he 21 in the half hour since lunch? And both Haynes and Allsop have been struck, as you say. So 2 slips in place, backward point. There's a sweeper on that cover boundary, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a square and a fine leg. As in comes Atkinson, racing in down the hill. Bowls, Haynes is forward and plays nicely down. That's a lovely looking shot by Tom Haynes. I'm not sure it's got the legs to go all the way for a boundary. They've come back for a second, and indeed it does. It goes up the hill. You could never quite tell when the ball goes up the hill here at home, but it just had enough to trickle over the ropes. And Tom Haynes goes to 46 and the 150 up for Sussex, 151 for 2. There's a little more cloud drifting in from the west, which is, I think, is where the any bad weather might be coming from. So we're just keeping our fingers crossed. It's quite high, the cloud. So fingers crossed we'll get by.
It was raining in Southampton.
Really? Right, okay. In comes Atkinson again, bowls, and Haynes plays down the track. There is no run. Also, I think it was raining in Birmingham because they didn't have much play at Edgbaston before lunch. Yeah, raining at Edgbaston, 34 for 2. Raining... Yeah, raining at Somerset, and 94 for 6.
Wow. Playing at Taunton?
At Southampton.
Oh, it's Southampton,
yeah.
right.
Essex, 110 for 5 against Worcestershire. I'll run through all those scores in a minute. There's some quite interesting scores in the first division as Atkinson is on his way round the wicket, bowls, and Haynes whips that one down to front. It was in the air for a couple of moments, and hands on heads from Dominic Sibley at first slip. Haynes picks up a single. 50 partnership between Haynes and Allsop. They've battled away well, these two, particularly after Sussex lost 2 wickets in the space of 7 runs, with Daniel Hughes and Tom Clark getting out. Just steadied the ship a little.
Yeah, it's amazing how the run rate did drop after that first wicket of Hughes. Certainly just regaining control again. He's a great captain. We know he is, Rory Burns. He's won 4 championships. Yep. He knows what he's doing out there.
He does. Atkinson in again. Bowls to Allsop, who's solidly forward. Plays out into the offside, but his bat and pad close together. Then there is no run. Yeah, so down at the Utilita Bowl, I think it's called now, at Somerset, 94 for 6. At one stage, they were 69 for 1. Brad Wills picked up a couple of wickets. James Fuller has picked up 2. Kyle Abbott with 2 as well. So Somerset not having a great start to the season. Beaten here last week. They drew their opening game against Worcester. That incredible performance by Worcestershire to hang on for a day and a half. In comes Atkinson, bowls to Allsop, who punches that with a high right elbow out into the covers, and there is no run. So it remains on 152 for 2. Elsewhere, Essex won 112 for 5 at Chelmsford against Worcestershire. Yorkshire 98 for 3 at the Riverside against Durham. 3 wickets there for Brendan Doggett. As Atkinson's back to his mark at the far end of the ground. For those of you who don't know, Hove means he's bowling down the hill. Is Gus Atkinson. He's in and bowls, and that's short down the leg side, and he oversteps the crease again. Sometimes when people haven't bowled here before, often you find that bowlers come in and they bowl down the hill and they bowl, several no balls. And I don't think Gus Atkinson, if he has played here, he certainly hasn't played a championship match here.
That's right.
But, he may have played some sort of limited overs format, I don't know, but he wouldn't know this ground particularly. And it does take a little bit of getting used to.
Yeah.
I should mention as well, Churchill was mentioning that it's Rory Burns' testimonial. It's also Tamal Mills' testimonial here this year, as in comes Atkinson down the hill, bowls, Allsop defends onto they go through for a cheeky single that's well run by particularly Tom Haynes, who was at the non-striker's end. As we get a blast of music in the ears. And they go through for a single. 155 for 2. Yeah, so it's been a great servant to Sussex as Tamal Mills. Several events, all in aid of various charities. St George's Hospital in Tooting, where Tamal's daughter was treated when she was very unwell, when she was very young. The Sussex Cricket Foundation and Chance to Shine. So 3 very worthwhile charities and a number of events throughout the year. There's an evening with Mark Nicholas and Mark Pugatch here in June. There's a 6-a-side down at Arundel. There's a quiz night in September, and then Owen Morgan at the Long Room at Lord's in October. That sounds nice, doesn't it? So let's hope Tamal gets plenty of support for his testimonial year. Dan Worrell. Yes, hello Connor, and an intriguing morning's play. We're into the afternoon session now. Sussex, perhaps with their noses in front, they're 155 for 2. Tom Haynes has been there since the start of play. He's on 47. Tom Allsop is on 18. Earlier on in the day, Sussex to an absolute flyer. Daniel Hughes, the Australian, batting beautifully. He made 62, but then he was out. Sussex were 95 for 1. Tom Clark followed just 7 runs later. He was LBW to Dan Lawrence for 2. But these two have now led a recovery for Sussex. It's a 50 partnership between Allsop and Haynes. Hasn't been easy going against this very strong Sussex attack. In fact, both batsmen have been hit on the helmet in this post-lunch session. But good crowd here, intriguing cricket. Sussex 155 for 2. So 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. I think cricketers now call it a testimonial as opposed to a benefit.
I was thinking the other day, what's the difference between a benefit and a testimonial? If there is a difference.
Dan Worrell is in, bowls to Allsop, who just maybe off of the glove into the slip cord, and there is no run. I'm sorry, I pinched your over.
No, it's fine, because you had your update.
Which I didn't mean to do.
We're being economical here.
But certainly a lot of, Tamal came in here last week and was talking about these events and was saying, he wants to give something back to the game. It's a game that's been very good to him, and particularly things like Chance to Shine, and he was talking about cricket being played in state schools and how important that is. So I really hope so. All those events coming up during the summer, and if you go, there is a website, you can go look at all those events for Tamal Mills and his testimonial year down here at Hove. So he's been a terrific servant to the club, and hope he gets well supported. In comes Worrell, bowls short, also thinking about hooking, pulls out at the last minute. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Ben Folkes. It is getting a little gloomier. Last season here at Hove, Sussex elected not to use the floodlights, but this year they've decided that they will. So if it does get gloomy, there is the availability of the floodlights.
Because that's for money-saving reasons.
Well,
must be.
Well,
rather than residential, or do they get
yeah. There's no restriction residential.
No restriction. Okay.
No. So I think there was a bit of that. As in comes Worrell round the wicket, bowls, and Allsop very nearly plays on. He looks a little unsettled here, Tom Allsop, and maybe unsurprisingly, having been hit in the previous over, and there is no run. Yes, I don't think it was universally popular, the decision not to have the floodlights. And this season they are going to have the floodlights. So
is that across the, but obviously not across the board, because some of your T20 games would have been in the
T20, So you have to make a decision. You have to make a decision in the county championship right at the beginning of the season. Are you using them or not? You can't change your mind halfway through. In comes Worrell round the wicket, bowl short again down the leg side. Good take by Ben Folkes, and that is the end of the over. 155 for 2. Allsop on 18. Haynes on 47, but I'm not aware of any restrictions in terms of residents here at Hove. I know down at Cardiff, for example, there is, and yet there's no real residents around the ground.
It's strange, isn't it?
Really odd. I don't get that.
At Cardiff, and I know at MCC at Lords there used to be, whether there still are.
Yes,
they were restricted.
I'm just getting slightly nervous here because Ben Gibson and his ground staff, whenever they come round this end of the ground by the covers, I just wonder whether Ben's got his radar out, and in fact I could see, are any umbrellas up? No, but people are sort of putting on coats. It is quite cold out there, you know.
It is. Well, you've got your big puffer coat, haven't you? Atkinson steaming in now and bowling. Gets on top of that well, but straight to the fielder. Haynes finds the fielder just backward of point. That's young Ollie Sykes there. I think he's only 20 years old, Ollie Sykes. He's just a nipper. 155 for 2. Yeah, you're right about the groundsmen. They're gathering, aren't they?
They are. Whenever they come down here, when Ben and his ground staff come, that's Ben Gibson walking towards us now with the beard. Does a great job here. I mean, the outfield looks great, doesn't it? Just fabulous.
A vibrant green. There's Atkinson, there he is, just hiding the ball as he runs in and bowls, and just turns away from that Haynes. And again, it's aggressive bowling. It's into the body, but watches it until the last minute. He's a brave man, Haynes, and the ball whizzes past his nose. And just trying to get that angle, because we do have a bevy of left-handers, of course, in the Sussex side, in the top order.
Oliver Sykes was educated at Exeter University. He was born in Wandsworth on the 6th of March 2005, so he's just 20.
Aha, so he is just 20. Yeah, 2 slips in place here. There's Atkinson again, sweeps in and bowls. Oh, and looks to pull that. It's a miss hit, but it's safe, and it's aerial to start with. Tries to roll the wrists over it, and the ball just plops into the leg side harmlessly. There's no mid-wicket on the single. And they go through for 1. So Haynes is away from the danger end. He'll be relieved by that. He's on 40. Is that my eyesight's so bad? Does that say 48 that Haynes is on?
Yes.
And it's 156 for 2. Score here for Sussex.
He was the Wisden Schools Cricketer of the Year in 2024, according to my book.
I think he was at Tunbridge, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
A great cricket school, Tunbridge. Right arm around, and again it's just more pitched up into Allsop.
Another no ball.
And it's a no ball. You're right about this, kicking the turf there in disgust, Gus Atkinson. And you're right about that, Adrian Harms. I mean, you're running down the hill, you overstep, and you've got to be so careful when you mark your run up. You've just got to take that extra leap and make sure you don't keep doing it.
Lewis Gregory must have bowled a dozen no balls down here last week from that end.
He just didn't get the hang of it.
He just kept. I mean, he bowled very well, but certainly in the first innings he got 4 wickets. But he did bowl a lot of no balls.
He's in and bowls, and it's an attempted drive, mistimed drive there by Allsop. Just not able to get Atkinson away. He's bowling a really tight line here, and bowling quite wide of the crease as well. Everything is just into the body of the batters, and Allsop works that into the offside. 1, 5, 6 or 8. God, I need to get my eyes tested again. For 2. 1, 5, 8 for 2. The sun has disappeared.
Yeah, it has.
It's getting a bit murky. No rain though. We're lucky not to have any rain. Atkinson, long-legged, is in and bowls, and that's driven into the covers. They will take a single. It'll only be 1. There's a good piece of fielding there. A big roll put in by Ryan Patel, and they scamper through for a single. Also up onto 19 now.
It's just such a shame that the way the fixtures have worked out, and I don't know how they work out or how they're decided, but it just seems bonkers to me that the Sussex and Surrey aren't playing each other twice this season.
Yeah, it's
you know, you got local derby. I'd have thought when I don't know how they're worked out, but you just thought you play your local teams twice, don't you?
You'd think so. That's common sense speaking there from Adrian. As he swoops in once more, Atkinson, and that's played by Haynes into the covers. Not quite in control of that. And the man, Ryan Patel, comes in, swoops in from the boundary. They go 3 for a single, 160 for 2 now. Tight overs from Atkinson. Was he 0 for 53 off 10, but causing a few problems. And Dan Worrell at the other end's causing problems as well. It's almost sort of GBH going on out there, but legal though.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey. I'm Adrian Harms, Isabel Duncan with me on commentary. Mark Church, regular Surrey commentator, back with you in about 10 minutes or so. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Dan Worrell, who's got a short sleeve shirt on. He's going to run away from us up the hill here at Hope, coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes, who's on 49. He's in and bowls short, pulled away by Haynes, and that's going to be a half-century for Tom Haynes, and a lovely way to go to his half-century as well, pulling the ball back into the square. That's a super shot by Tom Haynes. His 53 has come off of 92 balls in 165 minutes with 6 fours. He made 100 last week here about Somerset. Tom Haynes' first season in Division 1, and he's really rising to the challenge because it's been a tough last hour or so out there.
Yeah, that was a brave shot from Tom Haynes. He doesn't want the bowler on top of him. He doesn't want to feel that the bowler's putting pressure on him. It's sort of mind games between the two of them going on here, Worrell and Haynes. A cracking shot.
He waits again. The 2 slips go down. Worrell is in bowls, and Haynes defence. Plays down the onside, no run. And I was discussing with Churchy either, and I just get the feeling with Tom Haynes this year that he's well, I hope I don't talk him out here, but he just looked to me to be, and I'm sure Tom will admit this, that in the past he might have made a nice 20 or 30, some lovely shots, and he looked $1 million. But then he, perhaps chased a wide one, and he did play a poor shot just before lunch actually. But in general terms, he seems to, the good balls he plays with a lot of respect.
Yeah.
Let's hope he does with this one. In comes Worrell, bowls short, pulled away by Haynes. More runs here. That's going to be, well, it's a good bit of fielding actually. Very good bit of fielding. Although I think the people in the pavilion are applauding, so it was clearly a very good stop. Not sure who that is out there. Chasing around the boundary edge in front of the Spenkarma pavilion. Prevents a boundary, just a single taken. 165 for 2.
Yes, that's woken up the pavilion. It's that sort of slight stupor we all have after lunch, especially if you've had a double cheeseburger and chips.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
Well, actually, no, I had a single cheeseburger, but they were on offer, the doubles.
Worrell again, number 8 on his back. Runs away from us. He's in and bowls. Oh, he's almost cut in half. That's a good delivery, and he's just asking questions. Here is Dan Worrell, and I think Paul Farbrace has spoken a lot during the winter and pre-season about, you want to test yourself against the best players. That's what you want to do. And, this is against a very good Sussex attack. Umpire Devlin, just having a word there with Dan Worrell. Maybe about running on the pitch. He's got his collar turned up.
He's a true mean fast bowler. He's
He really
looking
is.
the part right now.
Yes, I wouldn't like to face him. Worrell in again. Around the wicket, bowls and also drives firmly to mid-on. A good stop at mid-on. I think that's Jordan Clark there. Prevents a single being taken. Total remains 167 for 2. You can see it's breezy here. The flags of Sussex and Surrey billowing away on top of the clock tower scoreboard away to our right-hand side.
Yeah, they do have the luxury of a number of seam bowlers to pick from, Surrey. And they're certainly a feared attack. And Worrell's right there at the front.
He is, and he's coming in again to bowl to the left-handed Alsop, who lets that one go outside the off-stump, taken low down by Ben Folkes. And there is no run. Simon Goodman has been in touch. He says, hello, Adrian, Mark and Isabel. We're listening from the car on our way back from Pembrokeshire, in what will likely go down as one of the worst journeys ever. Thankfully we have the cricket to keep us going.
Thank goodness for that.
It's so good to hear Churchy commentating on a Sussex game. He's one of the great cricket voices, in my humble opinion.
Way. Big fan club.
I'll be there tomorrow, weather permitting, and back on Monday
Not
if
from
it
your
goes
mum,
that
Churchy,
far.
you know.
Says, yeah, Churchy's best mate, that sign. But in comes Worrell, bowls to also who clips firmly to mid-on. And there is no run. It is the end of another over. 167 for 2, also on 19. Haynes on 54, and that's from Simon Goodman, who's on his way back from Pembrokeshire. And he says it's the, I don't know why it's a terrible journey. I don't know if it's bad, well, presumably bad traffic. I think the weather's not great either.
Bank holiday traffic.
You hurt your knee?
I have hurt my knee. I don't want to go on about it because it's very boring.
Right, okay.
Up and down stairs, I'm like an old lady, behaving like a granny.
We'll do one more over, Isabel, and then we'll bring back in Churchy.
Yes.
Oh dear, so you... Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
So is it arthritic?
It is.
Right.
And yeah, so I'm having lots of physio. Off games, can't bear being off games. I get very grumpy, so I'm trying to control myself and not get grumpy.
Right.
Yeah.
So lots of sort of physio, boring exercises and...
Physio, it's lots of heat. Started with ice, now it's heat.
Dear.
Saw the physio yesterday. They like torturing you, physios, don't they? Lots of exercises. One of those things, you know. Well, I'd rather be playing cricket.
Yeah.
So, Fisher. We have a change of bowling now from the Cromwell Road end. In he swoops, formerly of Yorkshire. Oh, there's an inside edge there. A thickish inside edge from Haynes. Getting a good angle again into the feet of Haynes. Plays it late.
Sorry, sir, I have my own sort of light meter here at home, and at the far end you can see the blue garage doors. That's where a lot of the groundsman's equipment is kept.
Yes,
and there's a light on there, and when you can see that light, I often think we may be getting towards floodlight time. And it is just getting a little gloomy, isn't it?
How long does it take to warm up the floodlights here? Are they instant? Because sometimes in some grounds they take
takes a little bit of time, but not too long.
2 slips in place. Mr. Fisher pounding in. There he is and bowling. It's on the stumps, making the batters play very much in this session. Haynes on 54.
You know, actually better because we're behind the darkened glasses. Sometimes it is a little brighter than it looks, but if you look out of the side window, that's a good indication. And it is. You can see a couple of lights in the Spenkama Pavilion as well in the long room there that are on.
Yes, you're right.
So it is a bit gloomy.
There's a certain murkiness around the ground, and people do look chilly. Everyone's got their coats
Yeah,
on
it's
out
cold.
there, and the sun has gone in. Fisher again, bowling around the wicket, and that is just defended there stoically by Haynes, who pushes it back gently. 167 for 2, so we're into the 40th over here. Sussex's innings. They won the toss, elected to bat. It was pretty sure that was a good decision, looking at the scoreboard.
Yes.
And they were away at a canter this morning, the first wicket to fall on 95, that of Hughes, who played a rather startling 62 off 67 balls, caught and bowled Fisher. Second wicket to go was that of Clark for 2, LBW Lawrence. They were the pick of the bowlers, those two. Before lunch, Fisher and Lawrence. Fisher again, Cromwell Road end bowls, and that's played just in front of cover point. And the man on the ropes, Ryan Patel, comes in and cuts it off. 1 run.
Stuart McPherson's been in touch. He says, hello Adrian and fellow commentators from a wet and miserable Ballymoney in Northern Ireland, and a happy Easter to you all, he says.
It's raining.
He says, having watched most of the play in the first 2 games, I've been impressed so far with what I've seen. Encouraging signs, he says. As you know, I've been over to Hove the last 2 seasons, but prices of flights into Gatwick this year are extremely high. So I might not make it down. Well, that's a shame. It's always great to see you, Stuart. He says, undeterred, I'm planning to go to Lord's in August against Middlesex.
Oh, good.
Via Luton. So I'm looking forward to that trip.
Get good weather then. There's Fisher, he's in athletically and bowls, and God, that's skewered away by Alsop. Just comes across it and sliced, heavily sliced, backward a point towards Ollie Sykes. No run.
I mean, Stuart's amazing. So last season he came over from Belfast, early morning flight to Gatwick, came down, saw a day's cricket, then went back.
Same day.
Yeah, and last week I met a chap called Ian Cuthbert, who might well be listening, who's in Edinburgh.
Right.
He'd got up at 4 in the morning.
Oh, wow.
Flew to Gatwick, got down here, got the train down to Hove, and then went back the same night.
Gully in place now. And that's well played there by Alsop, who gets everything behind it. And another fiery over with from Fisher. So let's have a look at Fisher's figures here now. Let's see, that's 8 overs, 1 for 17 from Fisher. Bowled really well this morning.
Did.
Right, having a changeover.
I think we'll have a little changeover. I'll just turn that off. You can hear the wind in our effects microphone, so if you're listening at home, you can see, probably imagine the space. If you get out of the breeze, it's okay, but most people are pretty huddled up. I can see the ground staff down to our left-hand side. They've got their hoodies on and they've got their hoods pulled over their heads. Well, to give you an idea, I can see Ben Gibson is looking at his phone. He's probably looking at some sort of a rain app or something.
Yeah,
so I fear it may not be that far away.
I wouldn't be surprised.
No.
It's cold enough now.
And it's raining in Southampton, we know that much.
Yes.
Which isn't, isn't a million miles. I think we're sort of right on the edge. Looking at the weather forecast today, it seems, the further east you are, the better it is. Let's just hope that we keep going. We've got a delay here because 12 men.
Fisher's just nipped off after that over. It was about his 3rd delivery he bowled.
Yes, did he pull up a bit?
He just looked a bit uncomfortable.
He did.
So I think he's just gone up to check that out.
I agree with you. I thought that, and I thought, was he okay? And then he wandered back to his mark. But you're quite right, Church. I noticed that. So who's this who's come
James Taylor. He's out there, 12 manning.
Right. Looking very smart in his pristine whites. So it is going to be Worrell who's going to carry on. 40 overs gone, so a lot of cricket to be played today. Another 56 overs. I don't know if we'll get all of those, but in comes Worrell to bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes, and Haynes drives to backward point, and there is no run.
Haynes has been very impressive here. Surrey went to the short ball after lunch. Haynes and Alsop got through that. Both got hit on the crash helmet. But Haynes looks to me very organised, knows what his game is here, and isn't being flustered or rushed by anything that Surrey have tried against him so far. It's a strong old breeze now.
It really is.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Worrell bowls. Haynes drives down the ground. I don't think he's going to didn't quite get all of it, but he's going to get a couple of runs, and the substitute fielder, whose name I've already forgotten, James Taylor, runs back in the fields, gets in the throw. 2 more to Tom Haynes. He goes to 57 off exactly 100 balls. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Surrey, Adrian Harms and Mark Church with you from the warmth of the commentary box.
Yes, well, it's lovely and warm in here, but as I say, outside, I wandered round to the burger van.
Did you?
And it's chilly. It is chilly out there today.
Worrell in again, bowls. Short! I thought for a minute he'd glove that behind, Tom Haynes. That rather followed him down the leg side.
Just got himself cramped there.
He did.
Did Haynes. It's a well-directed short ball, that again from Worrell.
He looks like, I've seen Dan Worrell in a sort of T20, but the first time I've ever seen him really bowl a lengthy spell. He looks like the sort of bowler who's you can't relax against him.
No,
he's always at you.
He's very strong, and he'll keep coming at you. But Haynes has played it pretty well so far.
Comes in around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes drives to mid-on. There is no run. So he's eligible to play for England.
Yes, he is. If England want to pick him, they can now.
And does he live here during the winter, or does he?
Yes. So
right. So he's here on residency. That's how you.
He's got a passport, I think.
Right. Okay.
I'm right in saying, and
Okay.
but even with that, I think it's the number of. It's all this stuff.
Yeah, I don't understand.
But he is eligible now.
Yeah, that's all we need to know.
But whether England would go down that route, I don't know. But I if you're picking purely on who is a quality bowler, then yes. I personally would, but I'm not sure they will go down that route.
Well, he's just pausing at the end of his run. He wanted a change in the field. In fact, Ben Folkes is now signalling that he wants a change in the field. So he's coming. They've taken the mid off to square legs. It's an interesting field, Church. They've got a backward square leg about 2/3 of the way to the boundary, a square leg, a fine leg, and almost a deep mid wicket. It's just in front of square.
It sort of says you're not going to get a lot to drive.
Here comes Worrell bowls, and Haynes plays that off the hip down to fine leg and picks up a single. He goes to 58, Sussex to 171 for 2. There's some brighter skies away to the east, but that's all gone, I'm afraid, and what we've got coming is to the west. But I would say, actually, the skies are relatively light, aren't they? It doesn't look as if there's, famous last words, if it's pouring with rain over there. So although it's breezy and not desperately great conditions for watching,
it doesn't look like if it arrives, that's it for the day.
No, I would agree. No, I would agree. Allsop waits. He's on 19. Worrell in bowls down the leg side. Good tumbling take by Ben Folkes, and there is no run. End of the over. 171 for 2. Allsop 19. Haynes on 58. The yellow numbers are standing quite proud on the scoreboard now, which will give you an indication that it is a little gloomy, without wishing to be a bore about the light.
Yeah, and Jordan Clark will have to come into the attack because, as we said, Matt Fisher nipped off at the end of his last over, so fingers crossed that's nothing really to worry about for Matt Fisher. He's probably just getting it checked out at the moment. Dan Lawrence is getting himself warmed up down to our left, so that may be the end of the Worrell spell, because Burns has got to change this a touch now, because he'd have wanted Fisher bowling at this point and possibly Clark coming up the hill, but as it is, he hasn't got Fisher out there at the moment, so he's going to have to turn to Dan Lawrence, who did a good job this morning.
Yes.
Did Dan Lawrence with his off breaks, but it is going to be Jordan Clark. So it's been a good battle this so far. Haynes on strike on 58 as Jordan Clark with a couple of slips is in round the wicket. Haynes is covering up, playing this one off a goodish length into the offside. Ollie Sykes comes up to do the bowling and there's no run.
I think Ben Folkes is going to stand up to the stumps. He just made a signal towards the dressing room as if to bring out a helmet. So
yeah, it might also be for...
Or a short leg maybe? Or
yeah, or if Lawrence is coming into the attack next over and he hasn't got his Howard out there, I suppose he has to, doesn't he, these days, if it's a spinner? Have to wear the helmet if you're the keeper. As Jordan Clark is into Haynes, and Haynes gets a short ball which he's cracking off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. That's Ryan Patel, and they will take the single, and that will be one more to the total. That will be one more to Haynes, and that will bring Allsop onto strike. So yes, has anybody had a go at the number of opening partners that Rory Burns had?
Oh right,
for
yes.
England.
Okay.
And who those were? It's quite interesting. Well, I found it quite interesting. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Correct, yes.
Yes, if you would like to have a go at that, and on this Easter weekend, and it's Tamar's testimonial this year as well. Lovely.
Yeah, it is, and he's got a number of events.
Raising money for charities as well.
St George's Hospital in Tooting, that's where his daughter was treated when she was very unwell. Sussex Cricket Foundation and Chance to Shine.
Yep.
So three great charities.
One of Rory Burns's is the Surrey Cricket Foundation as well, so it's great. Here is Clark, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Allsop. Good news is Fisher's back on the boundary rope.
Oh, that's
so
good.
That's excellent news.
Don't want to see anybody injured, do we?
No, so Just a precautionary check.
Oh dear, I noticed I've been quoted on the BBC website.
Well, I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Good. Thank you.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I do at times wonder if it's balls in the bag, eyes shut, and pull them out and see what we get.
Well, Sussex this year are going to Durham and to Scarborough. So you couldn't fit further away, really.
Yes, well, Surrey are as well. Yeah. Maybe they could meet halfway and have another championship game. You know.
but that means several nights away, because I don't think you can do the whole trip the day before.
I think you have to stay up there. As Allsop's letting this one go outside his off stump, wide of the off stump from Jordan Clark.
So I think for a Friday start, I think they leave here on the Wednesday and they get 2/3 of the way because of coach drivers' hours.
Yes,
Then I think they stay somewhere Wednesday night, then they do the rest of the journey on the Thursday and then practice in the afternoon. So I think for a 4-day game, it's something like six nights away.
Yes, yeah, well, and then if you'll get, I think, sorry, then have either got the Sussex, Scarborough, Durham, or Durham, Scarborough. It's hardly worth coming home. As this one hits the thigh guard of Allsop, you're going to work it leg side, rolls into the offside. You may as well get sort of 3/4 of the way to Scarborough or Durham, stay there, and then start again on Friday.
So Sussex and Surrey are playing at Scarborough this year?
Yes, indeed.
Wow.
How marvellous. Oh, I do like Scarborough, if the sun shines.
Yes. Didn't you have a good win there a couple of years ago?
Yes. Oh, every time I've been there, I think I've seen Surrey win. Oh, that's a good one from Jordan Clark. Bounce, movement, past the edge of the Allsop forward push, and into the gloves it goes of Ben Folkes. It's 2018, I remember they won that year, and I remember that was the game of the sea fret, where the rest of the country was bathed in sunshine, but sea fret kept coming over. But instead of taking the players off, the umpires just stayed out there, so that you were in the commentary position, and suddenly the whole ground disappeared, and then you'd wait for 5 minutes, and then it would drift off, and we'd get on with it again. And then there was, yes, the last time I think Surrey were up there, it was Aaron Hardy, the Australian, and with Ben Folkes, and got Surrey over the line on a run chase late on.
I seem to remember listening to you.
Yeah.
The helmet has been brought out, Churchy, and you were correct that it is going to be Dan Lawrence who's going to come into the attack. The numbers are really standing out quite brightly on the scoreboard now. I think we are not far away from floodlights, because it is really quite gloomy. Lawrence is in, bowls to Haynes, who's forward, plays down the track. There is no run. Last year at Scarborough, they had a quiz at the end of the first day,
very good,
which was held in just break off, as in comes Lawrence again, around the wicket, bowls and short, pulled away by Tom Haynes out to the field at the deep mid wicket, but I lost the flight of that completely, which tells you it is quite gloomy. Haynes picks up a single, he goes to 60, 173 for 2. And it was held in the Working Men's Club next door to Scarborough Station, and it was dads v lads. So it was 4 of the Yorkshire players and their dads who'd taken part in the game that day, so good on them, really. Put together by Jonathan Doige, our Yorkshire commentator, and it was great fun. In comes Lawrence, bowls and stroked elegantly by Allsop for a single to the cover boundary. He goes to 21, 170. Oh, that's gone up already. He goes to 20, 174 for 2. Yeah, packed. And I forget who was playing. Ben Code certainly was in the lads' team. Johnny Tattersall. I think Matthew Fisher might have been in it, actually.
Well, maybe he'll come for the opposition.
George Hill was one of the others. Comes Lawrence, bowls and clipped by Haynes. Third single of the over down to deep mid wicket. Picks up another single, does Haynes. He goes to 61, 175 for 2.
It's a great place to go and watch cricket.
Unfortunately, Sussex lost, but it was still a good 4 days.
Pease Home Park.
What's what they call it?
The battlefield. Is it Pease something Park?
Yes, I think you're right. In comes Lawrence, bowls, also back on his stumps and plays it to backward. Who's that doing? The ball juggling.
Jordan Clark.
Yeah, a bit of sort of Lionel Messi there from Jordan Clark. I think his players.
Well, the throw was messy. I'm not sure about Lionel.
Yeah. The footwork was quite good. 4 singles off the over, 176 for 2. Lawrence back to his mark. Comes in again around the wicket. And bowled and played late by Tom Haynes to backward square leg. There is no run. End of the over, 176 for 2, 61 Haynes, 21 also. A couple of things with Scarborough, Churchy. I completely misjudged going up last year how far it is when you get off the motorway.
It's
that twist, yeah, and it was quite late.
Yes,
and then I got to Scarborough, couldn't. We booked quite late, or I booked quite late for the hotel, and it's quite expensive in Scarborough in August. Eventually found somewhere, and then there was nowhere to park and all crumbs.
Yes, it is a little. Well, the first thing I remember about doing games up there was at 5 o'clock. A lot of the crowd left, and then at 5:30, more of the crowd left. But it was their allotted dinner time at their boarding houses. So that's why they were all going at that time. But very fortunate. There's 2 times, 3 times I've been there. The sun's always shone, and it is gorgeous. Now the floodlights are coming on. Unsurprisingly, here at Hove, there are 2 slips and a gully for Jordan Clark. He is coming into Tom Alsop, and Alsop's letting this one go off a goodish length outside his off stump, and that is taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left-hand side. And yes, a lovely walk to the ground, and then there's a cafe that our dear friend and colleague Mr. Kevin Howes and I always frequented of a morning to hear from the Yorkshire faithful what had actually happened the day before, rather than what we thought had happened, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Alsop.
So is that, because there's 2 or 3 coffee shops as you make your way down to sort of the main entrance, is that what you mean?
It's
or is it more
the one nearest the main entrance.
Right, okay.
Yes, and that's where a lot of the Yorkshire faithful go to have their breakfast. And as I say, Kevin and I, because Kevin is a famous man in those parts, everybody knows who he is. And we basically find out what happened the day before.
Right, okay.
Because we'd obviously...
The real view.
Yeah, exactly. In round the wicket again goes Clark, short one. Just lets it go outside his off stump. Does Alsop, and taken by Folkes away to his left.
Because one of those coffee shops has got lovely cakes. There is a lovely coffee shop down there. I remember looking last year. There's a really lovely array of cakes. And
well, they have some... other than the cakes, they have some big artistes, musical artistes at Scarborough.
Okay.
They do have their sort of during the August month, I think, so an open musical theatre type thing. As forward goes Alsop, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Yes, because on the last morning, I woke up early. It was a lovely morning, and so I decided to walk. Actually, I bit off a little more than I could chew, and walked all the way round the headland. And it's actually, I was sort of beginning to look at my watch, thinking, I need to get to a game of cricket. It's quite a long way.
Did you see all the seagulls? They sort of have. Do seagulls have nests? I don't know. But in the cliff face.
Right, okay.
Oh, it was terrifying. It was like that Hitchcock film. As round the wicket once again goes Clark. This one's left alone outside his off stump by Alsop. Well, Kevin Howes and I had a very romantic evening on the beach with our fish and chips one evening. Yeah, it was lovely. Yes. It was very nice. And that's where I found out, I said this last week, I found out what scraps were, because Kevin Howes, when we went in, said, and could I have a bag of scraps? And it's all the batter at the bottom. Okay. Yes, that was nice.
Right.
And they've got the most, if they're still there, and I always say this, is that they've got the most terrifying posters for do not feed the seagulls, as this one's allowed to pass again by Alsop. End of the over, Sussex 176 for 2, Alsop 21, Haynes 61. In Scarborough, which is a poster of a small boy being carried away by a seagull by the hood of his jacket. Yes. And it is one of the more terrifying posters you could ever wish to see. But no, it's great there at Scarborough. It really is.
So it must be pretty much back to back. I think we go up there, I think it is August or late July. That was my first visit last year. And back again this year, but as I say, it's a long travel from the folk in the south all the way to Scarborough. Anyway, the lights are on brightly, and we need them. If this was this time last season, we wouldn't be playing. In comes Lawrence, and bowls, and Haynes clips to backward square leg. There is no run.
Well, of course, at New Road, they still don't have any floodlights, do they?
No, they don't. They'll be pleased at least they've got some cricket this year, won't they? In fact, the first 3 games I think are all away from home. Is that because...
Probably to give them a bit more time.
Yeah.
And then ironically the sun shone.
Lawrence, oh, that's tight. That is close. Oh, Dan Lawrence jumps up and down with legs astride. He was convinced that was... well, you wouldn't have been surprised. He's not happy, Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, well, he's got one from this end, hasn't he?
He just
got
needs
Clark.
to be... He needs to be a little careful there, because that's
stood.
almost descent.
Yeah, he's just got to move from where he is now, Dan Lawrence. It looked very, very tight. His appeal was something spectacular because he did a star jump.
He did do a star jump,
but he didn't get the umpire's finger raised. But it did look a very good shout.
Well, we are pretty much wicket to wicket. It's one of those you wouldn't have been surprised if the umpire's finger had gone up. That looked very similar to the Tom Clark dismissal.
But he did produce an excellent star jump.
He did.
As well.
Right in the middle of the pitch.
Yes.
And comes Lawrence bowls, and Allsop just works this one away through the onside.
I have a feeling in the wonderful world of
picks up a single.
Social media, you may see that
star
jump I think, at some point.
Yes. In fact, last week talking about social media, as Sussex go to 170.
It's very popular, you know, Adrian.
178 for 2. And comes Lawrence. He looks a bit miffed. He hasn't picked up a wicket. Bowls, all that's down the leg side, and that probably should have gone for runs. Way down the leg side, and also rather missed out. Folks takes it the second attempt, and there is no run. 1 for 36 in his 10 overs and 4 balls for Dan Lawrence, who's in again around the wicket. Bowls, also his forward plays into the offside, no run. Yes, I interviewed on the first day, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who'd taken some wickets. And after I asked the final question, one of the guys who manages the ground here, the grounds maintenance guys, just break off for a minute. In comes Lawrence. And bowls, and also forward. Plays down the go. They're thinking about a single, but isn't there a good bit of fielding there? Is that sliding across? Moribund, yeah. Big red smear down the side of his trousers where he's been shining the ball. End of the over, 178 for 2. Allsop 22, Haynes on 61. And as I asked the last question, in the background, there's a maintenance man, I forget his name, he's new to Sussex, climbed over the advertising hoarding and probably fell head over heels. And he got up and he was fine, so he wasn't injured.
That's good.
But it really is quite a funny...
Very...
yeah, I mean, someone else's misfortune, but it was, it was quite funny. So we may see something similar with Dan Lawrence, because that was an excellent, great description, Churchy. It was a star jump.
As Jordan Clark continues from the Cromwell Road end, and just a little late on this is Allsop, and it's an inside edge.
And actually, Tom Haynes here, this is several years ago, he was bowling from this end, he appealed, and the umpire put his finger up, and Tom Haynes was running backwards appealing, but he fell over. Yes. Yeah, and that was a great bit of...
Well, it was Dear Samet, wasn't it, that went viral when he... was sent back running between the wickets, slipped over and ended up just sitting down in the middle of the pitch. That was the one that went viral. Was short ball, that's pulled beautifully by Allsop. That's a great shot because it's in front of square as well, and he just raced through mid-wicket for 4. Very well played by Allsop. Allsop moves on to 26. Sussex move on to 182 for 2. So these two came together with the score on 102. So they've added 80 now.
Yeah, it's been a good partnership, hasn't it? Because they've had to work very hard for every run.
Yep, and they had to get through a spell of short pitch bowling as Clark is in, and this one's left alone off a goodish length by Allsop. Wasn't too far away from his off stump, taken by a tumbling Folks away to his right hand side.
We've been lucky with the rain because it's raining in Southampton, it's raining in Birmingham, and it is raining, unsurprisingly, maybe in Manchester. So all that sort of western side of the country, well, Southampton isn't really western, is it? But it's, so far, we've been quite fortunate.
Yeah, well, all season, really, is Clark a slower ball, and it's driven by Allsop. Round comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. Throw will come in from Patel, but they should get back for 2. They will get back for 2. It's 2 more to the total. 2 more to Allsop. He moves on to 28. 184 for 2.
My good friend Sam has been in touch. I think he's sitting up in the deck chairs, and he says there are a few drops of rain, which is a shame. In fact, is that an umbrella up over there? No, I thought it might be.
Well, the ground staff are still to our left, sat on the chairs, ready to go, as Allsop covers up. Plays Jordan Clark straight back up the pitch. And Clark does the fielding off his own bowling. He just has that feel of precipitation.
Yes, it does.
At the moment. Just feel there could be rain any moment. But let's keep our fingers crossed it's not here for too long. So the umpires will start getting twitchy if you can see any sort of player's shadows, because that would be the artificial light taking over the natural light, as this is beautifully played again by Allsop, because he's just let it come to him and then just rolls the wrists. It's a lovely shot from Allsop, it really is, and it is over the boundary rope and away for 4. Allsop moves on to 32, and Sussex 188 for 2.
Tom Allsop was away playing in the Big Bash.
I saw a bit of that.
Yes, in the winter. He played a very good, I don't know if you remember, last year he played a very good innings at the Oval, actually, against Spencer Johnson. Yeah, he played 60 or 70 odd, and that started a very T20 campaign for Tom that got him selected, I think, for the Brisbane Heat. I think that's what they're called. But a different format today, as in comes Lawrence. Bowls to Haynes, who plays very elegantly through the offside. That's another boundary. Too short from Lawrence, and Haynes playing that one away through backward point. Picks up 4 more. He goes to 65. So that's to 192 for 2. If you just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio, Sussex and Surrey. Adrian Harms, Mark Church and Isabel Duncan back with us shortly for commentary. Sussex winning the toss, electing to bat first, off to a flyer, reaching 95 without loss. Then Daniel Hughes was very well caught and bowled by Matthew Fisher for 62. Tom Clark followed just 7 runs later, LBW to Dan Lawrence for 2. But these two have now added 90 for the 3rd wicket. And it's going to be Lawrence coming in from the C end, bowls and drags Tom Haynes forward. He plays into the offside, into the covers. There is no run. Is this Dan Worrell down here at mid-off, Churchy?
It is indeed.
Yes, he's got a short sleeve shirt on. He's not cold, is he? Some of the others are muffled up in jumpers. As in comes Lawrence. Bowls, clipped away, and that's going to be 4 more. That was a loose delivery down the leg side, and Haynes wasn't going to miss out on that and clipped the ball away down to fine leg for a boundary.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Haynes, because it's not a sweep, is it? No. He sort of stood up straight and then just whipped his hand through it.
Yes. Lawrence. Around the wicket to the leg slip to keep him company and bowls, and Haynes drives very pleasantly into the off. Well, actually, say pleasantly, he didn't quite time it and was played into the covers, just went through for a second. There was a bit of a fumble. Is that Sibley? Was that in the covers, or was that Taylor? Either way, Haynes goes through for a single. Lawrence in on bowls. And forward comes Allsop, plays onto the onside, no run. Yes, hi Connor, they're going along very nicely, are Sussex. They're 197 for 2. Tom Haynes, who's been there since the beginning, is 70 not out. Tom Allsop with him on 32. These two came together when Sussex had lost their 2nd wicket on 102, so a partnership between these two is worth 95. Sussex won the toss here this morning, got off to a real flyer. Daniel Hughes in particularly good form, but he was out for 62. Tom Clark followed shortly afterwards for just a couple, but now Sussex have reasserted their authority. 197 for 2. It's very uncricket-like weather, Connor. It's very blustery. It's quite cold and quite gloomy now. The floodlights are on and a few spots of rain on the south coast as well. But Sussex continuing to go along nicely. 197 for 2. Haynes 70. Allsop on 32.
So it'll be Jordan Clark to continue down there from the Cromwell Road end. I'm just looking at the Playfair cricket annual, which I always enjoy, and it's still got my favourite heading here, which it's lovely. As here is Jordan Clark, that's short and wide, and that is cut away by Haynes, and that will race off to the boundary rope. Haynes was on 274, and that brings up the 200 for Sussex. So very good partnership from these two, worth 99 now, this partnership, but a little short and a little wide. But I know what they're getting at, obviously, but I love the title of this stat: fastest 100 against genuine bowling. So I always think that's a lovely heading for a stat. What would it say if you were in that and you were a genuine bowler? As Clark is in, and this is the 100 partnership, because it's 4 more, and Haynes has just waited on that back foot, guided it away down to the boundary rope through backward point. There you are, 103 it's worth. Done it very well so far, these two gentlemen. And Rory Burns has a little bit of a conundrum again now, and Sussex are 205 for 2.
Yeah, 2 lovely shots. That is one of his favoured shots, Tom Haynes. You were saying he knows his game, and he's batted beautifully today.
He really has. And the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Oh, shout for LBW.
No,
nothing given. It looked a bit leg side.
Yeah, I would agree with you
as well.
Yeah, I would agree.
But actually it's a bit of a triumph at the moment to get through Haynes's defences.
I just think this is the sort of occasion with Tom when I'll be really interested to watch the next 3 or 4 deliveries, because in the past hit a couple of boundaries, but this season he seems to be a different player, and just important. Picked up a couple of boundaries, just play every ball as it comes.
Settles once again as Clark is into the left-handed Haynes, who drives firmly into the covers. Won't get a run on this occasion because Dan Lawrence does the fielding.
I'm going to disappear.
Are you?
I'm going to leave you with Churchy and with Isabel, who was doing her notes very studiously at the back of the commentary box. Oh, stretching.
Knee.
All got knee. I got knee problems as well. We're all getting knees.
Dear.
Yeah, no, this is depressing.
Dear. As Clark is in to Haynes, and Haynes turns this one into the leg side. Up comes Gus Atkinson to do the fielding. So yes, thank you to Adrian Harms.
Yeah, apparently the idea is to do, I read some of it, if you do 100 squats a day, I think it's a bit like 5 a day, apparently that's very good, but 100 squats is a lot.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
That is a lot,
yes.
isn't it?
100 squats is a lot, yeah.
I reckon I could do 100 in a year. As Clark is in once more to Haynes, who's driving, doesn't really time this. It squirts up to Gus Atkinson at a wideish mid-on position. End of the over. 205 for 2 then Sussex. Thank you to Adrian Harms. He will be back in half an hour's time. Isabel Duncan is coming back in to join us. And Dan Lawrence is going to continue from the C end of the ground. But now Sussex will be happy with where they find themselves. A partnership of 104, established partnership. Haven't lost a wicket since lunch. Boundaries just beginning to flow again. And Dan Lawrence will come round the wicket to Alsop with his off breaks. Alsop's forward, plays this one into the offside. There's no run. Good afternoon to Isabel Duncan.
Good afternoon, back again. And things have settled down for Sussex, haven't they?
Certainly
in the meantime,
have.
while I've been away, because I left a very probing, testing time out in the middle.
Yeah, good partnership at the moment. As here is Lawrence, tosses this one up, Alsop drives. There is Fisher coming in off the boundary rope to do the fielding. And they will take the single. One more to the total, 206 for 2. Ollie Sykes has been deposited at long on to our left for Haynes, who's played very well so far as Haynes. Lawrence is in to him. Haynes forward he comes. Lawrence has bowled a no ball. I think that's his second or third one today, Dan Lawrence. And that will be 2 more to the total.
It's odd when a spinner does that, especially up the hill as well.
Yes. Well, extras now will be 33. As forward goes Haynes. Leading edge, quick single. As round comes Jordan Clark. But they're safely through. Haynes will move on to 79. Allsop moves on to 33. Yes, and a vast majority of that 33 runs in the extras column will be no balls. There's been a few of them today.
Well, particularly down the hill from the seam bowlers. That's understandable, isn't it?
Not easy. As onto the back foot goes Allsop. Punches away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And one more. Well, it's a little bit like, I don't know if you've ever run downhill and suddenly you're going faster than you really want to. And then trying to stop is almost impossible. And then you can sometimes end up almost doing a forward roll down the hill, can't you? You just, your whole body gets taken away from you as pushing Lawrence back up the pitch is Haynes.
Well, it happens at Lords, doesn't it? Fielders at Lords running down the hill. They kind of run over the ball and miss field because they get the speed wrong.
Yeah.
They're not used to it. They're unfamiliar with their
and
surroundings.
This is what it would be like bowling from the Cromwell Road end if you've not bowled here. As forward goes Haynes, tucks Lawrence into the leg side. Round comes Rory Burns to do the fielding. End of the Lawrence over. Sussex 210 for 2. Allsop 34. Haynes 79. The partnership now worth 108. I have a dreadful confession to make. I went double burger.
Did you? With cheese?
With cheese.
With any extras?
No.
Did you have any fries?
I did.
You had fries as
Yeah,
well. Well, is
very
that your dish of the day then?
Yes, that'll be it for me today. There won't be anything else.
Oh, I've got to go home. My dad's looking forward to cooking tonight, and I don't think I can cope with another supper. I hope he's not listening, but he's going to be rustling something up, and I've got to eat it, haven't I?
Yes, well, you can't turn it down.
I'm a bit stuffed though after my burger.
Wouldn't be
burger
polite.
And chips.
But what sort of fare may he rustle up?
Well, he
for
gets
you,
Hello Fresh. I mean, other companies are available. Delivered to the door, I think twice a week, and they get all these wonderful recipes. I've stolen the recipes, used them myself for ideas because I'm not very inventive in the kitchen.
Right.
I need a bit of help. So he gets stuck into that. Jordan Clark, here he is. Oh no, he's pulled out of his run-up. Something's just. Oh no, it's the batter who's pulled out. It's Allsop. Something's caught his eye.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to get Dan Lawrence a little squarer in that mid-wicket position.
Adjustment in the field. So Clark of Lancashire, formerly of Lancashire, and Sedberskool is in and bowls around the wicket, and that's guided neatly down towards third man with an open blade by Allsop. Very well controlled. They scamper through for 1, 211 for 2. Allsop on to 35.
Yes, you can't turn that down tonight.
Dad's supper. Yeah, no, I can't. He's, I'm staying at his house. He's looked after the dog all day. He's looking after the dog 3 days running.
Well,
and this is a new hyperactive rescue dog.
Ah, lovely.
Name
of?
Blue.
Blue.
He came with a name, but he's actually red, strangely. It's that sandy colour. As Clark is in and bowls. And that's a lovely shot. That's absolutely straight down towards long off with a checked drive. From Haynes. He goes on to 83. That was over pitch and right in the slot for Haynes. He enjoyed that. 83 off 129. The score now 215 for 2. So I think he's enjoying the company. I'm staying with him. He lives in Godalming, my old pa.
Very nice.
And so he's been really dutiful looking after the new rescue dog.
Blue, the rescue dog.
He's 10. Plays like a 2-year-old. Good for him.
Well, absolutely. Yes, so I think, yes, you'll have to, whatever he produces, you'll have to eat it.
I will, yeah. In storms Clark, there's another attempted drive there, but not quite timed this time by Haynes, as rocks onto the back foot, no run. And what about you? Are you popping home?
I am, yes, indeed, but it will be fairly late that I get back, so...
You're off to Kent, aren't you? Is it
to
Tunbridge
Kent,
or something?
Yes,
you live in Tunbridge?
down there. And yes, arrival will be late. this evening.
It's a bit of a hike, isn't it, back there? Yeah. Once again, Clark. Oh, that's another nice check drive. Has he got the legs in it to get up the hill? Probably not this time, but they'll come back for the second. That goes up towards the Cromwell Road end. But beautifully placed by Haynes. There's that gap. Are they going to put something in the gap there? Stop the gap somehow? But because he's certainly milking it at the moment, Haynes. That's 6 off that.
Rory Burns is fairly wide at mid-off, isn't he? But it's actually a very nice shot from Haynes. It's almost perfectly back where Jordan Clark has just come from. And Rory Burns is having a bit of a natter to Jordan Clark.
Haynes in the crease. And Clark roaring in and bowling. That's slapped away. That's hit hard. Almost hit too hard, really, because there's a sweeper out there at extra cover. They'll only get 1 for it, but beautifully struck right out the middle of the bat there from Haynes. He's really in control at the moment and looking very settled, these two. What's it worth now? 116, this partnership between Allsop, the two Toms.
Well, and I think, again, it just shows what a good pitch this is and what a good toss it was to win and have a bat.
Even in the murky light now, with all the floodlights going at full throttle out there. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But there are 2 back here.
Yes,
6, 7, 8. There are 8 floodlights. As Clark goes in with the slower ball, that came out the back of the hand, it looked like to me, but spotted it nice and early, did Allsop. And there is no run taken. 218 for 2. And you were talking about skipper here, Rory Burns. What's he going to do next? You know, he's got an array of bowlers on his books here, but what's going to work? Because I just think Lawrence. I think they've got a bit used to Lawrence. You know, he's taking the same angle, isn't he, when he's bowling? Do something a bit different.
Yeah, but he's going to go with Gus Atkinson now. He's Rory Burns. So Atkinson will come up the slope. And this was the end he started from. Then he went down the slope, and now he's coming back up the slope again. He's Gus Atkinson. Well, there are 14 overs until tea. Rory Burns is just stood because Surrey are trying to see whether they can get the ball changed, which is no great surprise. So Burns has spotted something there. He's taking it over to the umpires, who are having a bit of a look at it. And there's a sort of a no, it's fine to Rory Burns. So I think they'll have to continue with this one. Burns is trying to continue the discussion with umpire Ben.
Is he from Debenhams? Is it Debenham? It might be.
Yes, no,
it's Debenham.
Yeah,
it is.
But for some reason, then I couldn't say it. So,
you got the stutter coming on.
Yes, I did. So there's a long discussion between Debenham.
Think of Debenhams, the shop.
Yes, I've never stuttered over that word or stumbled.
I don't think about it too much.
Yes. So anyway, here is Rory Burns still with the same ball, and he's marching up towards Gus Atkinson, flicking it to Atkinson, and Dan Worrell was across for a bit of a natter there as well. Fisher is being pulled up from the deep mid-wicket boundary rope and going to extra cover. They're going to pack the leg side. So that would sort of say to you some of the short stuff is coming. And Haynes on strike on 86 as Gus Atkinson's in turn. There we go, straight away, banged in and ducks underneath it, does Haynes. So they're targeting the longest side of the ground. So it's the long boundary. If Haynes wants to take on the short ball, it's the longest side of the ground, which makes perfect sense. As Atkinson shines the ball up and runs away from us wearing number 37 as always. He's in, another short one. Haynes will duck underneath this. I enjoyed this morning with my cup of coffee, and I've mentioned this before, the buses in Brighton that are all named in Hove and Brighton, aren't they, after famous people. There are some cricketers. I think Ted Dexter's got one, hasn't he? Yes, I think you can see Sir Ted's bus going along the road. Has Mr. Barkley got one named after him?
Johnny Barkley's in the house.
Yeah, I know, but he may have a bus. You see, all the buses have got names on them. As Atkinson Round the wicket he comes, nubbed the short one, and Haynes has gone after this. He just gets himself in a little bit of muddle when it gets just above shoulder high, and he's trying to help it round the corner. That's a couple of. He's played a couple of beautiful pull shots, but it's when it just gets up round about his shoulder, and he's just trying to help it down towards long leg. He's sort of, his hands go towards the ball a touch. Atkinson is in. That's another short one, which is clipped off his hip very neatly and tidily by Haynes. Good work down there by Ollie Pope to do the fielding and slide round. They'll pick up a single. Haynes moves on to 87. Allsop's on 35, 219 for 2.
Very interesting field placement down there. Look where third man is and how fine he is. I mean, he's a sort of backstop, isn't he, really? And as you say, I think it's that Haynes shot, and particularly looking for that flying top edge, maybe down in that direction, off the bouncer.
Yeah, fly slip, really.
But almost on the 2 paces in from the boundary, isn't he?
It may be for the old uppercut as well. Not that we've seen any evidence of that happening, as Atkinson's into Allsop. Another short one. Allsop ducks underneath it, wanders off towards square leg. So thankfully we haven't had any rain as yet, when there was all the talk of...
Don't say that, you're tempting it.
Well, the ground staff are still sat down there on their chairs near the covers.
And it was raining in Southampton earlier, you spotted that.
Yes, it
Hasn't
was.
come this way, though.
Not as yet.
Thank goodness.
Depends what the traffic's like on a bank holiday is. Atkinson is in once more. Another short one. And having nothing to do with this one is Allsop. Oh, that's been signalled no ball. And umpire Ben Debenham. Is this going to be a polite warning to Messrs Burns and Atkinson for too much short stuff in the over? So
No, is that a no ball?
Official. Yeah, he's
because of the light.
Signalled no ball, no, but I think it's for the amount of short stuff in this over. I don't think it's an official warning or anything. I think it's just a stern talking to for Gus Atkinson. And this one's turned off his hip this time by Allsop. That's nicely timed. And they will pick up a single, and that'll be one more to the total. End of the over, 219 for 2 then. Allsop 35, Haynes 87. The partnership now worth 118.
Yeah, I mean, that spell directly after lunch, that was a good spell for Surrey.
Yes, it was.
Because they rattled the cages and they upset, well, hey, both of them were struck on the helmet. And they're just trying to perhaps recreate that. That was Worrell and Atkinson. They work well as a duo, going for the jugular. And there's a certain amount of aggression here. There's a certain amount of bouncing going on, isn't there? And just trying to fluster these two.
Yes, and they got through that very well, and both got... is there a bit of rain about? Look, there's some umbrellas up now, I think, are there? Or people are sort of cascading down the stand. So this will be a chat about the weather, I think, and whether it's a good idea to get off the field of play now if there is going to be some rain. So what are we doing here? It's a long old chat. Rory Burns isn't happy about something out there at the moment. So is this about the amount of short pitch bowling? I'm not quite sure what this is about, but it's a long old chat out there with Rory Burns. And I know the Burns body language well enough these days that he's not best pleased. But it's going to be Jordan Clark on the Cromwell Road end. But no, I think Allsop and Haynes have done this very well, because it was fairly hostile, wasn't it?
Yeah,
for a while there, but they got through it.
It's the tactic, that's for sure. As Clark pounds in and bowls, whoa, was a play and a miss there. Just playing down the wrong line, Allsop. Having a little nibble at that. The ball thuds into the gloves of Ben Folkes. 222 for 2. 222 for 2 is the score.
Now
everyone loves saying the light.
Yep, we're off.
Oh, no.
Yep, we're off.
Go.
Burns not happy about something though. Look at Burns. He is marching off. He's not happy about
no, he's
something,
not, you're
Rory
right.
Burns. I'm not sure what it is, but he's not waiting for anybody, is he?
He's leaving the playground in a huff.
He's straight off his Rory Burns. But it's been a good session until the rains come for Sussex, because at lunch they were 126 for 2, so they've moved it on to 222 for 2. So that's 96 without loss after lunch. Haynes on 87, Allsop 36. I suppose they could take tea early.
Yeah, that would be the intelligent thing to do.
Get
exactly.
tea done, and then
that takes 20 minutes.
Have a long final session. But we will have to wait to see on that front.
Oh, Johnny Barclay's here. What a delight as they go off for rain. Is it actually raining outside, or is it light? Do you think?
I think it's a bit of light and rain, or whether it's light and there is some rain they've seen about to arrive. So I think this is a precautionary. I think is probably the word.
Okay, it's on its way, possibly.
In grounds person circles. Whether that is an actual phrase or not, I don't know, but I've said it. But yes, I think Sussex have had a very good day so far, with a little spell from Surrey before and after lunch. But Haynes and Allsop have done a very good job there. So, are we leaving for the time being? Yes, I'm looking at my producer. Or are you going to have a chat, Isabel, with Mr. Barclay for a while?
Well, Johnny wants to have a little chat.
Do you want to have a natter, Mr. Barclay?
We are honoured to have Johnny Barclay.
This is where he's got a number of things.
Yes, yeah. So maybe he wants to advertise something. Well, a big birthday coming up, maybe. Yeah.
Yes.
Sussex have had a very good day.
No, sir.
It's not something that used to be said very often. So if you rate, I hope you get back on.
Thank you.
I didn't realise the night was not. Anyway, I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. Lovely to see you,
Bye,
sir.
Johnny Barclay.
So very kind of him to pop in.
Sussex.
Yes, and he was very happy with that Sussex have had a very good day so far. So he was happy with that. So lovely to see him. So we'll leave you for the time being. We will be back out there. I think they'll probably think about taking tea now and then have a long,
sensible thing to do.
Final session. But yes, we will leave you for the time being. But Sussex, I think, will be very happy at the moment, sitting and having their cup of tea. Haynes and Allsop played very, very nicely. 226 for 2.
When they first designed this building, this was not. And they got me to build a front with glass. It had to be a certain level, same as that. One of the matches they were just
Dave off today?
You're right.
Yeah. I think it's just the first race.
Hello. Hi, Cam. Hello, Cam. There is indeed 222 for 2 are Sussex at tee, with Tom Haynes not out on 87, Tom Alsop on 36. It is tee, but it's an early tee because sadly it's raining here at Hove. We've had the floodlights on for probably the last half hour or so. I mean, it's raining around the country. We noticed it was raining in Southampton. It's only light rain, but it's enough to force the players from the field. And as I talk to you, Connor, they're dragging on some extra sheeting as well. So maybe the ground staff know there is more rain imminent. It's a real shame. There's a good crowd here today. Sussex have had the better of the day, no question about that, winning the toss and batting first. Daniel Hughes with a very quick 62 in just 68 balls. That included 10 fours. Tom Clark rather missed out. He was out for just 2, but a really good partnership now between Tom Haynes, as I say, on 87, Tom Alsop, who's on 36. These two coming together when the score was 102, so they've added 120 for the third wicket. So Sussex on top here, but currently no play because of rain.
I just had a note last me that the 6 social drinking interactive net facility is still open despite the weather. So if you fancy some drinks and refreshments as well as having a go against the bowling machines in there, you're very welcome. It can be found on the web trend optimised chart.
families with chalet. Some, yeah, some don't. God bless them. So subjective vessels doing them a lot of good today.
Yeah. He's learning how to be a test number 3.
Yeah, so drop them in.
They wanted to make a test.
There's a championship game. There's a championship game. Between the two blocks of the last there's a championship. Jocelyn played. Yeah, they're both coming. So, and then it needs to be up on championship.
June and July, I've seen it.
No, I think they told us which was the yeah, there's no official. No, they picked. Yeah,
Yes, yeah.
Mike Fordham. Well, we all
I was with them.
we all started enthusiastic.
I'm sure they mentioned when we were here, I wrote the review and all that. I'm sure they mentioned it. I can't have the will to go through the cancer.
I could not go through an hour of my
I'll just
I always emphasise the association about that reason.
that the one that is it Trevor? That's just the host. Oh yeah.
Inside press release.
straight gold class. I like it.
Well, you said again, Bristol. Bristol's actually not Bristol's like Liverpool and Coventry.
No, this is what people have this assumption. Bristol, the real name is people. That's a method language there's Shine Martins, Gloucester Road, John and Mason. The other side of Bristol, like pure Bristolians, is horrible, genuine, some of the worst and most mistaken. And they all support us.
Although in the referendum, was a Remain city.
It was a Remain city because of people like
The storm
just racing like himself sick. That's someone who just wants to go to party. Hiding like there's nothing for it. He was kind of hungry. Well, now we're on to see where
I can't leave that. She was always talking about
Just a quick update from the umpires. They'll make another inspection as soon as possible, but at the moment it's still raining. The inspection is not possible. Now the floodlights will be turned off, but it does not mean the game has been abandoned for today. It's purely to preserve some energy and to keep some costs in check. So again, the umpires will make an inspection as soon as they possibly can, and then I'll have more information on that. I shall pass on. Well,
People start questioning the judgments.
weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
had worked on the umpire, so the further inspection will take place. I think it's not raining, so until the rain stops, we don't have access to the time.
Retain someone who didn't pay for
That is, I mean, I always find it, but I mean, this is invariably the key piece of information. Like, if Gloucestershire themselves did mention what actually I don't understand. But, the Australians
about 22 left. From my score, our score, sorry, not my score.
So the latest news I have, I'm delighted to say that play will resume at 20 to 6. We'll put the lights back on, also likely to be improved, and we'll bowl 21.5 overs remaining in the day. So just to recap, restart at 17:40 with 22 overs remaining.
Sorry, that's, yeah, it's not quite the right one. Just work. Should we have a sixes off?
Sussex, Surrey. Make contact. Media manager versus media manager. I think if he's sitting his head, he's in the bath already. Honestly, first he came in, he smashed it for six. I was like, oh, no. Yeah, he's very.
George Bailey is only on his net for not Smokes. Who's the Gloucestershire?
Market Lane.
Oh, it's Mark Lane.
Former England teammate.
Yeah, get him off.
Where's my phone? Okay, thank you. Oh. Yes, it did, Connor, and it hasn't rained very hard, in all honesty. It's been spits and spots of rain. The light hasn't been very good, so the floodlights came on. But then the players left the field. Now, we really thought that was going to be the close of play for the day. However, the covers came on, the covers have now come off, and we're going to get more play starting here at 20-6 with another 21 overs to be bowled tonight. Now, it's very gloomy here. The floodlights are on, but it looks like we're going to get some more play. I'm not sure who it favours, to be honest, Connor. Sussex have had a good day. They're 222 for 2, and my feeling is they'll probably settle for that at the end of today. But we've still got those 21 overs, and we'll just have to see how it goes. I'll be very surprised with the light the way it is, whether we get through those 21 overs. But we are going to get some play, and for the handful of spectators who are left in the ground, they're going to get a bit more cricket today.
start as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Surrey have taken the field, led by captain Rory Burns.
Well, a very good late afternoon or early evening, whichever way you want to put it. Welcome back to Hove, where the good news is that the covers are coming off and we're going to get some play. Mark Church next to me, the floodlights are on. I have to say, I think the light is probably worse than when they went off.
Well,
and it's barely rained. We've had spits, and I'm not sure the conditions are any different now than they were when they went off.
You've taken the words right out of my mouth, Adrian Harms. This is no different to when we came off.
Yeah, I agree.
But we're coming back on now. So how long we're going to be out there, we will wait to see. 21.5 overs remaining. 222 for 2. Sussex have had a good day so far. This sort of plays into Surrey's hands a touch.
Well, I think it definitely does, because Sussex, you'd feel, have had a good day, and you almost feel they've got everything to lose here.
I think I honestly don't see how long we'll be out there for, because this is no different to when we came off.
And I have to say, actually, to be fair, even the Surrey players, they came wandering out with, looked to me like some reluctance, really, quite a few with hands in pockets, as if to say, well, we really...
Well, it is quite cold.
Could we just turn the... Would that be all right, Izzy? Thank you for turning the lights off. No, the lights... But that's it. Brilliant. It's just that otherwise you get that. Brilliant. Thank you so much against the reflection of the light. Anyway, we are going to start again. I think everyone's a little surprised, but we are going to get some play. We've got 21 overs left in the day. Well, crumbs, I suppose we could get them in, but...
the weather would have to improve.
Jordan Clark coming in from the Cromwell Road end. He's got to finish this over. Bowls to Tom Alsop, who gets a single straight. There's an ironic cheer from those who are left, of which there are not many. And Sussex are on their way. Alsop to 37, 223 for 2.
I think this is who switches on quickest here. I think if Surrey can switch on quickly, this could play into their hands. Alsop and Haynes were playing very, very nicely. Off they came. I don't think they expected to get back out there. I don't think Surrey expected to get back out there. Suddenly you are back out there, so you've got to switch on straight away here.
Clark round the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who's forward and works that one down to third man. Picks up a single. He goes to 88, 224 for 2. No, I completely agree. The interesting thing as well, the wind has pretty much completely dropped. The flags are barely fluttering now on the clock tower scoreboard. So there's sort of heavy overcast conditions. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. So I think if anything, light will cause us to come off.
I think it might quite soon.
Yeah, I mean it's
That's
very.
the thing.
The light is definitely worse than when they came off. Now I think it was I mean, you can look at the light shining on the back of Tom Alsop's bat. And comes Clark around the wicket, bowls, and Alsop punches through the offside. Runs here for Tom Alsop. Sliding stop at mid-off by Rory Burns, but it's a single. So 3 singles off the first 3 balls since the resumption.
Alsop and Haynes have played really well, especially when Surrey went to the short stuff and they hurried them up and they had to sway inside it and both got clonked on the crash helmet. They got through that, and this is an excellent partnership between the two of them. But at the moment, I'm not sure we'll be out there too much longer.
Clark in again, bowls, and Haynes whips this away on the leg side and picks up another singles. Does Tom Haynes? He goes to 89. So it's 226 for 2.
What we do know is this is a good surface to bat on.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't it? That's the thing here. It's a very good surface to bat on. So what Surrey will be hoping is that the ball, even though we're in the 52nd over, in these conditions, the ball might do something in the air, because nothing's really happened off the surface we're playing on.
So there's a gully in place as in comes Clark down the hill. Bowls, Alsop plays a forcing shot through the offside. They pick up 1, and that's all they'll pick up. So 5 singles off the 5 balls that were remaining in Jordan Clark's over. He's now bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden. No wicket for 56, I think that is. Yeah. In fact, Gus Atkinson's figures are very similar. 11 overs, no maidens, 0 for 57. So 227 for 2. Welcome back, live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Surrey. Adrian Harms, Mark Church, Isabel Duncan, your commentary team. There are a scattering of spectators. Most decided that it we'd finished for the day, as indeed I think we. Now Rory Burns is in deep conversation again. It gives the impression he's not very happy about something.
Well, he's
Rory
not happy
Burns.
with the ball, number one. I don't think he was terribly happy that Gus Atkinson got a talking to for bowling short, but he's not happy with this ball.
No, he's not.
And it's a long chat here, and Rory Burns is just not happy with the state of this ball. So now we've got both umpires, and he just, at the moment, he's making his point about the ball, the state of the ball. And he's not getting anywhere with this conversation at the moment, Rory Burns. I think before we came off, I think his annoyance was that Gus Atkinson had a very stern talking to him about bowling the short stuff. So, yeah, he's not in the best of moods still, I don't think, the captain. And it will be Gus Atkinson from the C end of the ground. Allsop will be on strike on 39. Haynes on 89. I think as well he was chatting to the state of this ball to the umpires before we came off. And he's got this fly slip in again. Sibley's down there at fly slip for the uppercut. As Atkinson is in, and he's going short. And Allsop's in behind it. This might get us off quicker as Allsop plays this one out into the offside. And there is no run.
The ground staff is getting some refreshments, I think, down below us. They're still sitting by the covers.
That heavy rain that we were being told about never turned up. As Atkinson, round the wicket he comes to Allsop. Another short one. Allsop's ducking underneath this. It's taken by Folkes, moving away to his right-hand side. But yes, because we thought there was a lot of rain arriving.
Yes.
And I think that's why the ground staff were told to get out there and get the covers on. And we came off for light. And we had a bit of drizzle, didn't we? A night rain, but we never got the really heavy stuff. So that's why we're back out there. As Atkinson is in, short one, just on the hip of Allsop. Allsop, I think, was thinking about trying to flick that off of his hip and then decided just to get hands and bat high in the air.
But lucky at Churchill, I mean, they only had 9 overs and 2 balls at Edgbaston all day. Warwickshire 34 for 2 at the close. They got in nearly 28 overs at Southampton, which isn't a million miles from here. Somerset 94 for 6 off there for the day.
Well, welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra, who have joined us with Sussex 227 for 2, having won the toss, batted first this morning. Gus Atkinson over the wicket to Allsop, who gets up on his toes, turns this one into the leg side. Allsop 39 not out. Tom Haynes is 89 not out. 2 wickets to go today, and a very fine opening partnership between Tom Haynes and Daniel Hughes. Hughes was threatening to score 100 before lunch, but he was the first to go, caught and bowled by Matt Fisher for 62, and then Tom Clark was LBW to Lawrence for 2. That was 102 for 2 as Atkinson's in, another short one which also gets underneath and taken by a tumbling Folkes. But since then, Messrs Allsop and Haynes have got through a barrage of short pitch bowling. It's a cracking pitch to have a bat on. Not much is happening off the surface. And they have got Sussex to 227 for 2. We did come off, though, with the score on 222 for 2, thinking
that was it.
Bad light, and that was it for the day, because we were told that lots of rain was coming. Well, unfortunately, the rain never turned up. So we're back out there. We came out at 5:40.
Yes.
With 21.5 overs remaining in the day. But the sort of common consensus in this commentary box is the conditions are worse now than when we came off earlier. As Atkinson is in and Allsop's in behind another short delivery. Plays it back up the pitch. There is no run. It's the end of the over. So the floodlights are on. The sad thing is an awful lot of people left the ground. So there's a sort of stream. Is it a stream? More of a piddle, really, of spectators.
Yes.
A piddle or a trickle of spectators making their way back in, having probably been in the cricketers' pub.
Yes.
The Sussex Arms away to our left. and a hearing that cricket has started again. Now the umpires are getting together.
Oh dear.
What are we talking about here? The light, are we, or something along those?
I think we're coming off, you know. Are we? No. Yes. No. Yes, we are. We're coming. I mean, to be honest, I have to say I think this is a situation where it doesn't do the game any favours. To be honest, Churchy, we've come out for 2 overs. The light is when the players came out, and you can hear the boos around the ground. You know, when we went off, the light was better than it is now. We've come out, there's no wind to shift this heavy cloud cover, and we've come out for 2 overs, and now we're going off again.
That about sums it up, doesn't it? Well, that noise from the crowd.
You can understand spectators' frustration. We've got the lights on. You know, if we were going to come out, we might as well play. I was talking to someone actually during the break. They were saying, you know, that cricket is meant to be the entertainment business. So if we were going to stop 2 hours ago, then that should have been it for the day. But to come out for that period of time...
all I would say is, I think we came off for bad light with a bit of drizzle. Then the ground staff quite rightly got all the covers down with the threat of a lot of rain coming. The rain never arrived, but actually when they walked out there again at 5:40, it looked worse than when we came off an hour and a half before. So Rory Burns is still out there chatting to the umpires. He's not best pleased about all of this, I think it's fair to say. So unfortunately, what did we get there? I think
11
we
balls.
got 11 balls of the 21.2 overs. And, well, surely that'll be it for today, even if it doesn't rain, because we're off for bad light. And even I know, with the floodlights on, it's not going to get any better from here.
And there's still a debate. Rory Burns is still out in the middle talking to the umpires, we think, about the state of the ball.
He's not happy.
No, he's not happy, and he was very unhappy when we left the field when bad light and a bit of drizzle interrupted proceedings a little earlier on. But it, yeah. I don't think the communication has been desperately good from the umpires, if I'm being honest today, Church.
Well, I just feel, look, the umpires are doing it by the letter of the law, fine, and all of that good stuff. So it's not actually their doing. You know, you can't ever blame the umpires for the light and the weather.
Sure,
but the ground and the club and the spectators that were in the ground, sort of nobody really told us what was going on. So we've all sat for an hour and a half, and we've got out there, and I think everybody knew we were not going to be out there very long.
Do you think it would help, Churchy, if, for example, as the umpires came onto the tannoy and said, we're coming off for the next half an hour, there's a bit of rain forecast, we're going to see how it goes. You know, I think that communication to people who are in the ground who have played good money, and people I think, oh, okay, there's a chance of play, there isn't. Just communicate. But now they're going to wander off, go up to the dressing rooms before the spectators know. I just think it could be better.
Yeah, and I think it's frustrating for all concerned,
it is.
Really. And it's been a little bit farcical in that we've sort of sat here and it hasn't really rained that much.
No, it hasn't.
Let's be brutally honest about this. It hasn't really rained that much. And then when they have decided to come out there, it felt worse than when we did come off previously. So I'm not at all surprised that we've only got 11 balls and then we've come off. But that's what it is. And actually, if that is it for the day, Sussex have had a very good day at 227 for 2.
Yeah, they have, no question about that. But I think we did call it, didn't we? We said we're surprised they're back out, and they are. Now, they haven't called it for the day. Rory Burns is still in conversation, you know, with the umpires. You know, maybe they're discussing something other than the state of the ball or the state of the match, but he didn't look best pleased, did the Surrey skipper. Anyway, the ground staff have put the wheeled covers over the track.
They're coming back.
And now the umpires are coming back out again.
Oh, I think they were walking with Rory Burns back towards the pavilion. Now, Rory Burns as captain is well within his right to have a long discussion with the umpires about whatever it is that's annoyed him. But the problem is that discussion took place as they walked back to the pavilion. Now the umpires are going to turn around and walk all the way back to the middle. So they're probably just going to stand out there for a bit now. So unfortunately, we had 11 balls of play, and cricket threatened to break out again, but it hasn't really.
No. So, well, I think we might as well have a breather. We'll keep you informed what's going on. The skies are pretty glaring. There's no wind to shift this heavy cloud, and I'll be very surprised. Mind you, I said that 2 hours ago, if we get any further play. So the umpires are back out in the middle. The covers are on. And we'll keep you posted with Sussex 227 for 2. Tom Haynes on 89. Tom Alsop was on 39. The pair coming together when Sussex were 102 for 2. So a partnership of 125 between this pair. But we're off for bad light again. So frustration for the scattering of spectators who are here at Hove. But we'll report back if and when we get any further play tonight.
He's like, all right, mate. As if he's anyone else on earth. Like, treat his wife exactly the way she is. All right, mate. No.
We've come off for bad light again. So do you want a quick update? Just a quick 30 seconds? Okay, I'll do 30 seconds, mate. That's fine. Are you in tomorrow, Cam? Okay, lovely. So same again tomorrow, right? Oh, because the Albion play tomorrow, don't they? Yeah. Okay. All right, chum. No problem at all. Thanks for today. You have to leave the line dialed up, though, Cam, yeah? Yeah, no, that's fine. Fine. Okay. Yes, just 53 overs so far today. We had a long break for bad lights and a bit of drizzle. The players came back out. We had 11 balls before the umpires decided the light was too bad to carry on. So frustration here. Be surprising if we get any more play tonight, Colin. Good day, though, for Sussex. 227 for 2. Tom Haynes on 89. Tom Alsop, 39 not out. Thanks, Cam.
Like rice store.